Hello. What? Why is this on the screen? What is going on? Go away. Go away. All right. Hello. Happy Tuesday, people.
Hello.
Hello, hello. All right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Too many redeems at once.
Hello.
Hey, Crazy Pants.
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
All right, so we're doing some stuff today. Hopefully it goes smoothly. Where the hell is Godot? Godot, gotta launch you, buddy. Okay, so I made a backup, so we're good to go in case I do anything terrible to my game. Should be good. Come on, load her up. Come on. There we go. It's so frightening every time you load up a file in Godot, like a project. It just appears like an empty project for a moment. Very scary. Makes me feel like maybe all my work is gone. It isn't because I backed it up, but like, you never want to have to use a backup. You kind of do have a thing for state machines, but you don't know how it's done in Godot. Okay, so I looked over like a brief overview of them, and I think I understand them, which is why I decided we should do the rest on stream. That's going to be my general goal, is like, I want to figure out the basics of how to do something, and then we'll actually do it while I'm streaming. It seems like a state machine has like 4 aspects to it. Let me find the documents. Brief overview. Oh my god. That doesn't even work, Dirk. Doesn't work. It almost does. I think you could massage it a little bit and get it to work. Like rhyming orange and door hinge. So what, like, well, really we should start with the first thing, which is a nav mesh, right? That's what I said. Yeah. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do today is a nav mesh, which might be easy. That is just a thing that something else can use to navigate. And apparently Godot 4 has a way that it essentially can look at our tile map and make us a nav mesh, based on like collision that already exists. So like the nav mesh should be able to look at this section right here and know that, like, okay, there's collision on this wall. So if there's a creature that wants to walk around the world, it can't walk through this wall. It would have to go to the stairs. Massage the massage. Okay, that kind of worked. That was fun. So yeah, if it works, if the automated thing works, then like we'll be done in like not 2 seconds. It'll take me longer to figure out how to do it than to actually do it. We go back into my YouTube history. Okay, so what we're looking for is nav mesh. Oh no, oh my god, right. I accidentally, all right, here's a dumb thing I did. For some reason, I opened an incognito window to look for something that I was like, I don't really want this saved in my history. I don't remember what it was. It was some weird random fucking thing. And then I kept looking for stuff in the incognito window. And I'm like fucking, why would I do that? All right, so let's look for a good nav mesh tutorial. I found a good one pretty quickly, so I don't think this should take that long. Recognito the window. Indeed. Really, that's not an option. Which actually, that's weird. That's not an option to like unincognito a window. You just have to just open a regular window and start over. But also, Greg is losing her damn mind today. Actually, it's like every day at this time. She's fucking full of energy. Okay, so ooh, we have the Godot docs. That's always a good thing to refer to. Now, the specific thing we want is a 2D tutorial because we're not doing 3D. And what I had thought is that it was only a nav mesh if it was 3D, but apparently there are 2D ones. So I guess it's just anything made of triangles, whether 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional. Let's see, is this the video that I looked at before? I think it might be. Dang, no. There's a really good video that a guy made that was like specifically for pixel art stuff. Oh my god, what a shitty fucking thing to accidentally look up in incognito. And he had a bunch of suggestions for like each of these different stats. Like if you're making a pixel art game that has, oh, it's this guy.
And I am delivering.
Yeah. Okay. I think so. I hope it is. Oh, maybe not. No, this is one of the videos I watched though. All right, this might be good enough. There was a different video where someone was suggesting there were like different tweaks to make, and he was like, what I found is you want this one to be like half of your tile size -1. You want this one to be half your tile size. You want this one to be equal to your tile size. And so that would be a nice thing to have. Should have been better prepared. I'm not. What are we going to do about it? We're going to figure it out. That's what we're going to do. All right, so let's maybe pause the music. Let's see. Do we have audio for this lovely person?
All right, you guys asked.
We
and
do.
I am
Okay, great.
delivering. Navigation in
Quiet for
2D.
me.
So let's get started. We're gonna need a navigation region 2D. It's right here, and right after that,
Okay.
you're gonna create a navigation polygon.
Okay, so the first thing we need is a navigation region. Sure. And then actually, where did he put it? Hold on. It's in its own node. It's in its own like pathfinding 2D node. Oh, actually, let's have music just like really quiet. Like just barely. There we go. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Navigation what now? Navigation ridge on. Did I say something that sounds like that? Lever, you always have me questioning what I just said. Oh, because region. Yep. Yeah. Damn it. How? Being a streamer has made me realize I have no idea what the hell I just said like 2 seconds ago. It's probably going to prevent me from being a great streamer, Okay, so he has this set up in a pathfinding 2D node. And then he has the enemy inside of that. So for now let's copy that structure, I suppose. Right, Firefox. So then what we want to do is we want to select the world, and then we want to add just a regular old node. And then we're going to put some stuff in that node. One of the things we need to put in that node is the navigation region. What other navigation things are there? A navigation agent. Cool. A 2D agent used to pathfind to a position while avoiding obstacles. That's interesting. I wonder if that would be useful for like for now, we're just gonna. Yeah, I guess I should explain what my goal is. So we want to get animals that are functioning in a simulation. So like we're gonna start with Raticate, and he needs to get water, and he needs to get food, and then he needs to like go to sleep. And then we'll work into like figuring out like he's got to have like a hunger meter or something. He's got to have like a thirst meter. Holy shit, this cat's fucking crazy. He needs like a sleepiness meter, or maybe he just always goes to sleep in the middle of the day. At the end of the day, or if he has nothing else to do. I don't know. Also, Dirk Lever, you're fine. Don't apologize. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, shit. We didn't get to talk about it. I did implement the color thing. I did go back. I did the things I said I was gonna do, and then I just wasn't here last week. Yeah, it looks good. Looks nice. And yeah. So the grass is randomized. The rock, Dirk Glover, a wonderful chatter, has given us some slight varied tiles. I think in the future I need to change the variation and not make it fully random. I want like little clumps of rocks of certain kinds. Random looks better than all the same, but I think it would be cooler to kind of have like certain ones in certain little spots to kind of give it like a I don't know, like an environmental feel. Like oh, this section there'd be like trapped moisture against the edges, so you'll see the little like the rock structure that looks kind of mossy or something. I don't know. You used green to mark spots you were changing. Oh no. I just grabbed all of the it was like, I thought it was like 5 tiles. Dang. Well, I think it looks better like this than it did before. But the actual changes were under, oh my god. All right. I'll figure it out. I'll go back and look at it. We'll get it sorted out. I'll show you a before and after on Discord or something, and then you can let me know what looks better or not. What? Well, I'll still go through the trouble of looking at it. Being colorblind, it's like hard to fully appreciate stuff like that on my own. So I'm gonna need a second or third opinion. I don't know. But yeah, so I made those changes. Also, these are all the things that I need to make into objects. I made one little hole into an object, and then I made a bush into an object. And then these are going to be the things. Oh, and a pond. These are going to be the things the Rattata goes after, right? So nope, Raticate. Rattatas are the babies. We'll get to the babies later. We're going to be doing Raticate. We need Raticate to go after water, go after the bush, go to his little den. And then we're going to have to work on like actually transporting him into the den, which I have a video for. It's just basically like if you walked into a door. But he needs to be able to do it. The player needs to not be able to do it because the den is supposed to be like too small for a player. The player would just walk over it. Like not collide with it at all. And the Rattata or Raticates will pop into it. They'll drink water from the pond and they'll get food from the bush. In the future, the plan will be to have the bush itself is like growing berries at some kind of like time interval. So it won't always be a food source. But for now, we're just going to have the Raticate like seeking each of these things kind of randomly. And then we'll work into some kind of, like I said, a system of like hunger, of thirst, of tiredness, and whichever one of those is the highest is what it'll go for. And we'll try to make sure that like hunger grows at a normal rate, tiredness grows at a normal rate. Like a rate that you'd expect, right? Like he shouldn't get tired till the end of the day. He should get hungry maybe a few times throughout the day. Maybe different animals will only get hungry once and they'll go hunt like something big and they'll eat a lot and then they'll be fine for the rest of the day. I don't know. So yeah, to do that, we need the nav mesh. The nav mesh will tell it where it can and can't go. And then ideally in the future, we'll have like a dozen Raticates running around, like competing for food, competing for water. They'll each have their own little den they go back to. And to actually get to those things, we need a nav mesh to tell them where they can and can't go. We'll also need some logic. A lot of the nav mesh tutorials are just like, here, to prove it works, we'll have Godot choose a random spot in the nav mesh, and then you can see the NPC like draws like lines to like where it's gonna go, and then it just kind of like meanders to that spot. But we'll need to come up with some kind of like system, maybe like, I think maybe it's going to be something like the berries have a smell, and then Rattatas and Raticates can smell the berries. And so then if they're within a certain range, like if they're within like so many squares of this bush and the bush has berries, then they'll be able to smell it. I think at some point I'm going to need to come up with like an Excel spreadsheet or like a Miro flowchart that's like explaining all the different things that's going to augment what the Raticate is capable of doing, because he can't find berries unless he can smell them. But if he's hungry, he'll probably just wander around until he can smell a berry, because that should be like, that's probably good enough for like a rat in an environment that's rich with resources. And then that's going to be where the state machine comes into play. And the state machine is basically just like you've thought about a system of clues. Cool. Okay. Keep that in mind. Maybe like next stream, that's what we'll come up with. Or, oh my God, it might be a few streams away. Like we've got to just like stumble our way through the basic logic of getting the nav mesh functioning, and then getting the state machine functioning, and then like refining exactly how we want it to work. Which sounds like an interesting puzzle. Trying to figure out how to like tweak things. I think having every creature with like a hunger meter and a thirst meter makes sense, but like maybe there's a smarter way to do it. I don't know. Maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe we won't. Maybe I'll do it and then the game will run terribly slowly, and then I'll realize like, oh, I need a better system. I don't know. But I'm foreseeing a lot of this game being, because it's a simulation, there's just going to be like enormous spreadsheets that the game is referring to, and like updating and changing over time. And I don't know if we'll be actually having a spreadsheet for all the different creatures and their hunger and thirst meter, or if that'll be something that the game can just handle. I don't know. We'll just try it, and then if we have to change things, we'll change things. But then then the next thing we need to think about is using a state machine, which is basically just a very simple programming thing. I don't know. Apparently lots of game engines use them. The idea is that whatever your object is, in this case, Eradicate, is going to be in some kind of state. He's going to be idle. He's going to be wandering around. He's going to be eating. He's going to be drinking. And the state machine handles... US machine, oh my God. No, thank you. I don't want a dysfunctional state machine. The state machine will handle the transition from one state to another. It has logic to be like, okay, he's never going to go directly. Oh my God, Greg. She's just like dive bombing her toys. Holy shit. Okay. Like a Rattata is never going to go directly from drinking water to eating food. He's got to like drink water, become satisfied, go back to like an idle state where he's just kind of hanging out, and then decide like, okay, now I'm hungry. And then he'll go into the hungry state where he's searching for food. Then when he finds food, he's eating. Then when he's done eating, he goes back to idle. So that is the general goal of the state machine, is to control all of that to make sure everything flows naturally and is always like monitored and taken care of. You made a state machine simplification in college. Interesting. I don't think we're going to get much simpler than the initial state machines we make here. And it'll be Godot specific, but I assume Godot will be like most things. I can't imagine it's that unique. So anyway, now that I've briefly explained what we're doing, we need a navigation region, right? That was the thing we were looking for, I believe. Yeah, a navigation region 2D. Ooh, there are 3D ones. Oh, and then we also have obstacles that we can lay out. Okay. And what does a link do? A link between two positions. Oh, shoot. The good video that I found talked about this. Crap. I wish I could go to Google and be like, hey guys, I know you're tracking me when I'm in incognito. What the hell did I look at yesterday? Please tell me. I actually need to know. And so the video that I saw that had all the extra nice advice about like the size of your tiles and the size of the like limitations inside the navigation region also talked about how to link two areas together. And from what I remember, they were saying that if you get them close enough, it will automatically link them. But maybe this is a manual way to do it. I don't know. It's cool though. No, that's not what I wanted. Undo that. No, I want you above. And then, so this is going to be our Eradicate. He is a character body 2D. Let me make sure. I think they're called character bodies. They're called something bodies. Yeah, they're character bodies. So anything you expect to be like moving, you want to be a character body rather than a static body. And Eradicate's definitely going to be moving around. Let's see. So, go back to the video and see what the hell they do.
Region 2D, it's right here, and right after that you're gonna create a navigation polygon. And now right here we get a bunch of buttons.
Okay.
Navigation in 2D is a little bit different than navigation in 3D.
So the navigation polygon is the thing that there is an automatic way to set up. But if I remember right, we're kind of going to run into a problem. Oh, it just starts you drawing. Interesting. Okay. Don't do that. From the other video, I remember them saying it will only look at your base layer for a tile map. If you want an automated navigation region, it will only look at the base layer. And that's a problem for us because the way that our tile map is set up, we have the ground, and then we have things that are on top of the ground, and then things that are on top of that, but still the ground, because there's 3 layers of ground. Then there's objects that are on the ground, like this hill, and then objects on top of that hill, and then even higher and even higher. My names are terrible. I need to just rename all of these things. They made sense conceptually, but now they don't really work. So now I have, oh my God, I have 8 layers of stuff in the tile map. So I think we're going to just have to draw our own region. And then I guess what we should do is we want the Eradicate to kind of hang out down here. Like, he can go into the beach. That's fine. But, like, well, okay, so here's the problem. If he just wanders around and he gets too far away in the beach, he's not going to be able to get food. So maybe we let him wander, but we set it so that we tell him, like, if you're hungry, you've got to come back to the grass, because the grass is where the bushes are going to grow. But for now, I think we should just do like a very small area. And also, do we have snapping? Okay, great. So we do, it just naturally snaps. So fine, let's draw him a like little tiny zone where he'll live for now. And then we'll expand it later, because mostly we're just trying to make this functional. Okay, so let's see what happens if we include objects. They have collision. So if we give the Eradicate collision, like, it should probably work fine, which actually, I guess that means... No, you know what? It's fine. We didn't include these trees. We did include these trees in his navigation zone. So let's see like what that does. If he's not able to get food, he might know where things actually just are. If there aren't any explore. Oh, that's an interesting idea. So yeah, I was thinking if he gets hungry, we just send him back to the grassland and he just he knows where the grassland is. and then he just tries to smell until he finds some random bush. But it would be interesting to think about what he should know the location of beyond just general biomes. I think it might get too complicated for him to know the location of all the bushes, especially if, because this is like a simulation, we want new bushes to be able to like sprout up. Especially if the player wants to manipulate an area. Like let's say you have your heart set on a shiny Raticate. Well, the more Raticate that spawn, the more likely you would be to find a shiny one. So if you as the player planted a bunch of berry bushes, maybe there'd be more Rattata in the area because they have more food. You might just know one bush. That's interesting. Like each Rattata has like their favorite bush that they go to, that they like, if they're hungry, they're like, I'm gonna go check that bush. That bush, that's my favorite bush. That might have some good shit on it. That's a fun idea. He definitely needs to know where his den is. I think that's the most important thing, is that he knows where his den is and he knows how to get back to the grassland. But yeah, that's a fun idea. That they would have like their favorite little berry bush. It's cute. We'll have to make sure as more rats spawn that we not everybody has the same favorite bush. So that's one of the things I'm afraid of, is how hard it's going to be to test some of these changes, because the idea is they'll all be part of like a flowing simulation. And so then like testing if new Rattatas being born, making sure that I've made it so that they'll each like a different bush, is like, oh my god. So I'm gonna have to start the game and wait for the simulation to run long enough for like Rattatas to meet each other and make little couples, and then make the babies, and then the babies have to be old enough to emerge from the dens, and then I can see where they go. I might need console stuff. Yeah, I bookmarked a video for later. I bookmarked a video for spawning things randomly and semi-randomly, and a video about making a dev console, so that, yeah, you can enter commands to like skip forward in time or change various things, teleport the player to get them out of a spot where they're stuck or something. Or just spawn babies for the test. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh my god. Oh, it's so far ahead. It's crazy to imagine all of those components existing. Woof. Oh shit, my connection's unstable. What the fuck, bro? Average stream bitrate is too high? Bro, I'm just sending out what you said I can send out. You shut the fuck up, Twitch. What the fuck? Sorry. Okay, so this guy's gonna draw a layer. I got ahead of myself.
Nav mesh, and that's it. But in 2D, you have to manually create an area where the navigation will be happening. So what I mean by that is, when you click on create points and then you click on your screen, you'll see that there's a point, and then you keep clicking until you're satisfied with the area. This is gonna be the area where the navigation agents will be able to calculate paths, basically. And then I close it, and now this is a navigation region. Keep in mind, the pathfinding will only work within this area. So
okay, so I don't know how he closed it. Perhaps I need... Oh, if you undo it, undoes all of it. Oh my god. Okay, so it says that left mouse button moves a point, right mouse button erases a point, but how do I actually like tell it, hey, I'm done? I kind of thought it would just know, like I made a shape. He was using the create points thing. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna redo it. We're gonna redo it. See what happens. Doesn't have to be exactly the same. And let's include the trees this time. interesting. So it knows I went back, but it doesn't immediately turn it into a like a region, a shaded region like this. I wonder, no, this is Godot 4. So one of the things that I had seen was I can do it. I think I can do it, Durg. We're like, it might take me a year, but we'll get there. We're good. I'm gonna have a fucking world with rats doing their thing. Eating, drinking, sleeping, making rat babies. Hell yeah. Bake navigation polygon is something that people were pressing in the different videos that like locks it in. And then somebody showed that if you change some settings and then click it, it like remakes it. This says it bakes the navigation polygon by first parsing the scene for source geometry and then creating the navigation polygon vertices and polygons. So then I bet this would take into account like objects. Okay. So he now, if we set the eradicate free here, he would want to go everywhere. And then I believe the way that there is the edge down here, I guess I can just zoom in. So the edge of the navigation zone is here, but then the actual area the eradicate would be willing to walk is a little smaller. Those were there's a value for that somewhere in here. Those were the things that the other video was saying you can adjust based on the size of your tiles. And then you can get nice results. One of the big problems that he said he came across is if you have narrow hallways and you're trying to have characters patrol the hallways, they can get caught on the edges if you don't like shrink the navigation layer enough around the edges. And then like once they're stuck, they're just like stuck. If your AI is too simple, if it's not detecting whether it's stuck to try and like turn around or like move at a little angle or something to get off of the corner it's stuck on, it'll just be like perma stuck. Okay, so I think we'll go forward with this and we'll see what happens. But I think what we might have to do is have another layer that's like objects, to like kind of match where the trees are, where they would stop you from moving. I don't understand this well enough to know yet. We'll find some different videos to check it out.
This points that you create should cover all of your level. And then next we got a character body. It has a navigation agent 2D and it has a script attached to it. So let's see. This is basically the same code with the 3D. We got our speed, acceleration, and direction and velocity.
Okay, so then we need a navigation agent. All right. Also, at some point, I'm going to need to put in... I have all of the sprites for the overworld eradicate. We'll have to put those in. We'll do that soon. Okay, so then this eradicate needs both a navigation agent 2D. Oh, and of course, and his sprite. Okay. So give him a sprite 2D. I still don't actually know when to go for an animated sprite or when to go for a regular sprite. You can animate regular sprites. And maybe animated sprite is better when there is never... Oh my god, how do you... Like when there's never a pause. If your character, when they're not moving, always has an idle animation, maybe it's better to do an animated one because then they're always in some kind of animation. We're not doing that. We have a very simple sprite that's like basic movement. It's 2 sprites for each direction that the eradicate is looking, because that's what Pokemon does. And then the other thing we need was that navigation agent. I'm so curious about this. I don't know if like, is it literally just a script that we're going to write, or does it come with, a lot of them come with like baked in like pre-made functions. Okay, no, this just has this does have the most basic pre-made functions, the like ready function and the like physics process, but no other unique things. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's cool when they include stuff because then that like, it implies information about the thing that you have created. Like when you make a script for a character body, usually they're like, this here is the like basic movement stuff. Oh, Dirk, you looked up the animated sprite 2D thing. First, we'll use animated sprite 2D to animate a collection of individual images, and we'll animate a sprite sheet using this class. Finally, we'll learn another way to animate a sprite sheet with the animation player and the animation property of sprite 2D. Okay. So then with some extra work, you can turn a sprite 2D into an animated sprite 2D. Or you could just have your sprite 2D not be animated and just be a little like our trees are sprites. They don't have any kind of animation to them. Interesting. All right. Yeah, I mean, I know how to do it as a regular sprite. Hold on, let me make sure. Our player just has our player just has a regular sprite. Okay. So yeah, I know how to do it as a regular sprite 2D. I don't know how to use animated sprite 2Ds. I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out someday. Actually, I'm gonna make a note real quick to figure out when to use one or the other. If one is more efficient, like memory wise, like I might get at the point where I actually need that. Okay, so back to figuring out this situation. So I guess we'll just play through this video again. Ooh, how does theater mode look? Yeah, sure, let's do theater mode.
And then we use move and slide to move it. I mean, the way you move your character depends on your case. It doesn't really matter how you move it. What matters here is you set the navigation target position, and then you set the direction to be get next path position, and the rest is up to you. How you want to move your character is your choice, basically. So I set the target position to be my mouse position, and again for the direction we set it to be the get next path position. Now I'm going to go back to my navigation agent 2D and make sure that I have enabled debug so that we can see the path.
Sure. So he's just gonna click? Oh no, it follows his mouse no matter what. Okay, he doesn't have to click it.
Character body is following my mouse, and it's calculating the path within the area.
Cool.
The pathfinding is like happening on the edges of the polygon, and if you don't like that, you can go to your navigation agent, go to path post-processing, and then change the setting to be edge centered. And now when we run, this will result in a better.
Ooh, cool. Yeah, it's just like averaged. Okay. So yeah, let's get that set up. First we need a sprite. I'm gonna not worry about it being animated for now. So then what we're gonna do is we just need a sprite for our eradicate. How do I actually... Okay, I need to go back to this. Oh, actually, no, I need to open this separately. Oh boy. All right. So eradicate, I need to make you... I need to save you as a scene. Okay, is there any reason not to just name you Eradicate? We're gonna need to make a bunch of duplicates of you. Nah. You know, no, for now it's fine. You're just gonna be Eradicate. That's gonna be your scene. And then how do I actually, like, edit you? I think I have to just, like, open an editor? There we go. Okay, cool. All right, so we'll go to sprite 2D, go over here, and we want just do a load. For now, I guess we'll just do the one where he's facing down, and we won't worry about the fact that he's oh my god, he's tiny. About the fact that he's not gonna move. Okay, so Raticate, are you visible in the world? How do I make you visible in the world? Oh my god. Like, the player is just here. I believe there's like a starting position situation. Go to the Raticate. Raticate, do you have like a starting position? Maybe it's because of this structure. Well, no, because I have the single bush set up inside of a little, like not a folder, but it's in a node, which is sort of like a subdivision of some kind for the scene. And like the bush is just here. The bush is just the bush. Are you just, Raticate, are you like there? You're just tiny? Okay, hold on. Let's hide the tile map. Hide the trees. Ooh, that's so nice. You can just hide the trees. Let's hide the player. So Raticate is listed here. He just doesn't actually appear. Do I need to save you? Oh my god, if that's the answer. Oh my god, I just needed to save it. Oh fuck. Okay. That is a frustrating thing about this that I'm gonna have trouble remembering a lot, is to understand that changes don't occur until you fucking save. Okay, so Raticate, you can't be over there. Also, you're too little? What the fuck? Raticate, what's your deal? You're supposed to be, hold on, you're like half the size. Okay, I'm just gonna double scale you and see if that fixes it. No, you're tiny. What the fuck? You should look like you are half the size of the player. You should easily fill up the square of the lower half of the player. What the heck, bud? Look, we just need you to be functional right now, and then I'll fucking go in and sort out why you're not the right size. Okay, no, you gotta save. You gotta save. Okay, so surely then 4 times is too big. Is 2 the right size? That seems too small, and 3 would be a really weird number. Oh, you gotta save it, buddy. What is this? What is this? Yeah, and that's too big. Oh my god, that is an enormous Raticate. Huh. Okay, we'll go with 2 times for now. Guess that's an appropriate size. It seems off. Huh. I don't know. Okay, fine. Fine. Good enough. So first let's get him moving around to our mouse, like in the video. Greg is ravenously, well, she was ravenously consuming her breakfast, or at least the second half of it. Okay, so we have our dude. Go back to the video. Stuffed Raticate, yeah. He is, he seems too small or too big. I hate it. I think we're at the right size now. All right, so let's back this up. So
Got a character body. It has a navigation aid in 2D, and it has a script attached to it. So let's see. This is basically...
Okay, so this script that he's looking at is labeled pathfinding 2D, but it's on the enemy. Interesting. Okay, so I don't think I want to call ours pathfinding, because then this is going to be like everything for the Raticate. So sure, just calling it Raticate would make sense, because then like if we want to change things, like if we want to spawn a Raticate that has a special color, like a shiny one, that information would be in here probably. All the information about whether the Raticate is hungry or thirsty or whatever will all be within this specific script. So I think just calling it Raticate seems better. Wait, the script path name is invalid? Wait, really? No, it's not. Okay. All right, it's fine. It said it was, but it's fine. Ooh. Yeah, Durg, I think for short term, I think we should call them like Sims, but it's like with a Y. Because Symbiont or Symbiont is SYM. Yeah, I don't know if I should organize them like that. Oh god, it's gonna be a nightmare if I'm wrong and naming it Raticate isn't a good idea. Ooh, yeah, okay, you know what? Can we rename it? Maybe renaming it to maybe just Symbiont. Oh my god. Maybe just Sim and then Raticate, so I know whatever creature I'm looking for will always be Sim and then something. Can I rename you? Shit. Maybe I can't. Can I just like, if you click once, okay, they don't want me to rename it. All right, you know what? It's fine. We'll keep going like this for now. I'll clean it up after. I'll do the not fun work after. Maybe even just make a whole new one. Like copy everything in the code, make a new one. Okay, so right, this is what I was talking about, that like since this is a character body, it starts with all of this stuff. Like it has the ready function. No, it just has a physics process. But that physics process has like stuff about gravity, assuming you're making like a side-scrolling 2D game. Stuff about jumping. It just has like jumping baked into it. It's so crazy. Symbiosis. Whoa. Okay, so what does this person still have that we need to, well, okay, they have only kept something, so we need to get rid of stuff. The move and slide is just already in here, and that's nice. I guess actually we should start from the top. Okay, so it extends character body 2D. Sure, definitely. This has a constant speed. We definitely want the speed to be variable. Okay, so we want the speed to be variable like theirs, which is 300. Oh, interesting that it has acceleration. So I guess if you give something acceleration, then it no longer just moves at max speed immediately. That's interesting. That's a cool thing to tweak. Fuck around with that for sure. All right. And then what else is in here? An on-ready variable. Navigation agent 2D. Okay, so they're telling it to use the navigation agent that is contained within it, which I guess I should be looking at this view. Sorry, so I was over here, where over on the little panel on the left we can see all of our world, but actually what we want to do is we want to click on Raticate up here so we can see all the things that is contained within the Raticate scene. Okay, so we're gonna add that variable. And on ready variable navigation agent 2D is navigation agent 2D. It is so weird learning to speak directly to a computer. That seems like the dumbest thing to tell a computer. Like, yeah, the navigation agent you need to use is navigation agent 2D. Like, couldn't you have guessed that, Mr. Computer? Like, obviously no, but okay. And so then the next thing is the physics process. Interesting. So what we're going to delete some stuff about gravity, which sure, we don't care about gravity because we're not doing a side-scrolling 2D with like jumping and physics. It's interesting that it assumes that. I wonder if in the project settings you can tell it like, no, dude, I'm doing top-down. Give me automatic stuff for like top-down 2D stuff. Please and thank you. Okay. So then we're removing more stuff about gravity. And then we're setting a variable which is its direction to a vector 3. And if I remember right, a vector and then a number is just the number of components to it. So a vector 2 has 2 components. So I would think that the speed, their direction would be a vector 2, but I guess maybe acceleration is in there. So like the X direction it's moving, the Y direction that it's moving, and then acceleration maybe. Greg's little stuffed beaver is underneath my office chair, so she's just like at my chair. Just gotta make sure she's okay. She's always fine, but just sometimes she's up to some shit. Okay, so we'll figure out what the vector 3 is probably at some point soon, hopefully. And then, right, we're just gonna copy this for now. So for now, we're gonna just do the like global mouse position. And so the Raticate is gonna follow our mouse. So we'll prove that it's pathfinding correctly by just moving our mouse around. And then we'll probably give it like a we'll go to set up the state machine and we'll have it start in a situation where he's just like kind of aimlessly wandering. He goes a little bit one way, he goes a little bit another way. And that'll be his like starting default like idle state that we'll always keep him in. Okay, so it's nav target position equals get global mouse position. Well, that's annoying. Why don't you autocomplete for me? Did I need to? Ooh, I needed to indent you. That's probably why. The debug thing is mad at me because I didn't indent. Okay. All right. Fine. Direction equals nav dot get next path position. Great. That auto completed. Okay. Interesting. And then the direction is being normalized. I don't know why you'd need to do that. Maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe we won't. And then he is setting the velocity equal to something velocity.lerp. Oh, it's too bad. I can't mouse over and get an explanation of what that function means. What does velocity.lerp mean? And he's just setting it to direction times speed, and then acceleration times the delta. Okay. So I think then that makes sense. Potentially why it's a vector 3. There is direction and there is acceleration. And then he still has the move and slide set up. Okay, so let's find out velocity.lerp. It probably just stands for something. Can't get the lerp function to work for my character. I do not understand well the lerp function. Okay. I watched a Tutu by Heartbeast. Oh my god, is that what we're watching? No, somebody named Abra. Okay, the name Heartbeast was familiar. Tutu is the most adorable shorthand for a tutorial. Oh, this is for Godot 3 though. Okay, but can somebody still just explain? Lerp is linear interpolation. That's also kind of a cute abbreviation for such a dry scientific mathematical term. In case of movements, it's a way to find points between two coordinates of your movement. Okay, cool. So great. Then we have a basic understanding of what the hell that means. Okay, cool. I have an extra equal sign. Hold on. Great. And then, okay. Okay, I think we're good. Mad about me having vector 3. Oh, built-in type. Oh, for the parentheses. Okay. Okay. Our shit matches his shit. Great, let's go.
The same code with the 3D. We got our speed, acceleration, and direction and velocity, and then we use move and slide to move it. I mean, the way you move your character depends on your case. It doesn't really matter how you move it. What matters here is you set the navigation target position, and then you set the direction to be the get next path position. And the rest is up to you. How you want to move your character is your choice, basically. So I set the target position to be my mouse position, and again for the direction we set it to be the get next path position. Now I'm going to go back to my navigation agent today and make sure that I have enabled debug so that we can see the path.
Okay, let's do that. That is under debug. Makes sense. Okay.
And now when I start...
Damn, and that's like all we have to do to get that to function? That seems crazy. Okay, I mean, I guess. I feel like we missed something. There's probably something we're missing. Let me see what happens when I run our thing. Oh my god, it does in fact work. Okay, and then he won't go. Okay, so he, as expected, he pays no mind to any of the collision that he should collide with. Like, as the player, the default is that the player collides on, like, physics layer 1. And then when you add objects into the game, by default, they will stop anything that's on physics layer 1 from walking through them. It's just like, by default, collision works. This is very silly. Okay. And it may not matter for the future, but I want that... I want that interpolation to be different. The way he was doing, like, not edge-based, but, like, between two edges.
See,
Where is that?
it's
Where is that?
like that. You can go to your navigation agent.
Path
Post
post-processing. Okay, so let's do that real quick. It's the navigation region? No, the navigation agent. Okay, so I know. Let's get this right. I need to be back looking at Radicate so I can look at his subcomponents. Gotta look at the navigation agent, and then it's in path finding, and then it's path post processing, edge centered. Okay. I think this will only matter in more complicated situations, but I think I'll remember better now that I've actually done it on my own in the future. That maybe that's something I need to do. Okay, let's save the Radicate. Okay, so for now we're good on that tutorial because there isn't really much else. We gotta find a different tutorial. All right. What the hell was the tutorial that I found? I don't think I typed nav mesh. I think maybe I just typed navigation in Godot. This is where we just were. Only I could remember the thumbnail. Quick overview of navigation in Godot Part 1? No. 2D pathfinding in under 6 minutes. I don't need it fast, man. I just need it like... I need it for dummies. Okay, this does seem like actually quite a lot of information. Ah, this guy's little world is adorable. Cute. Okay. The specific thing that we want to do is to just tell it to move around randomly. Ooh, might have been DevWorm.
So I'm in Godot 4, and as you can see, this path updates 10 times every single
No, I did watch one of his tutorials though.
player, no matter if
Dang.
it's behind obstacles or anything.
I remember he calls it Godot. It's fun that so many people just use the Godot icon for their examples. It's a smart idea to just include that. Damn it. Okay, so if I can't find the old video, then that means we're just gonna have to like actually kind of watch some videos to figure out what the hell I need to do. Well, okay, actually, maybe instead we just jump to the state machine thing. Because if I can find the state machine videos that I was looking at, one of those has a description of multiple states, one of which is like, we're just going to have this guy wander around. And I think that was... Ooh, okay, it was either this one by the Shaggy Devs. Dev, singular. Shaggy Dev. No, it was this one by a guy named Bitlytic. Okay, so let me copy that link. Oh shit, somebody asked for a question. Somebody asked for a random question. I'm coming back. It was Dirk Glover. Not a random question, a random fact. Oh my god, a random question? What would that even be? Okay. All right, one moment. I gotta open the Firefox window that has the random question in it. Not question. Fact. All right. Let me find one that's cool. Some of them are like, this one actor did this thing, and it's like, what? All right, there we go. Cool. That looks good. Over half the world's population lives within a 5,000-mile wide circle in East Asia. That makes sense. China is mad dense. Cool. I'm telling so many facts. You thought you should pay some more channel points? Oh my god. Well, you also got a fucking another fact. Congratulations, Dirk. All right. Let's find that state machine thing. Okay, here we go. Let's say you're designing an enemy. I absolutely am, video. Here's ChatGPT's random question. If you could instantly become an expert in any subject, what would it be and why? Oh, shit. I don't know. Probably dealing with people. Because I'm not good at that, and it would be really cool. I could get anything I wanted. And I would feel way less social anxiety. Wait, Crazy Pants, redeems don't appear in chat? I'm in the Twitch dashboard. I thought what I saw is just a copy of chat. You could walk in here. I could show it's here. You'd like to be an expert in law. Yeah, that would be pretty helpful for a lot of things. It also appears for Teamworm. Crazy Pants. I don't know. Your computer's tripping. Tell your computer to share the fucking drugs. I like drugs. Shit. Okay. Check this out. Oh, he's
You
so
wanna set
quiet.
it to
Oh, is he
wander
too loud
until
now?
it
Oh
finds
boy.
something, then chase that
Okay.
target, and if it gets close enough, give it an attack. How would you program this? It would be super simple to check whether there's a target and whether we're in range, and handle the different time for wandering and all the randomness. But imagine you added a few more states to that. Maybe you could see how this code would grow larger and larger. Even though this is a smaller example, I personally would use a finite state machine. First off, before we define a finite state machine, we should probably define what a state is. State is a set of conditions and a behavior to go along with it. So our wander state before had the
right.
conditions that there was no target, and the behavior is wander randomly. And of course, our chase behavior was that we have a target and that we're not in range, and that behavior is to chase. And that's kind of how we would split things up in code. So we would have a state class, and inside of the state class, we would have a couple of methods. The first two are enter and exit, which are called when we transition to a state and leave from a state. Then we'll have two functions. Those are the update and physics update functions. The update is tied to the visual frame rate, whereas the physics is tied to the physics server. Then each state can have its own relevant information. For example, the wandering state would probably
I got a
have
question.
direction, and maybe a speed, and maybe a time for
All right, Derek, what's your... Oh, it's Crazy Pants' question.
The cheese!
The question is that Crazy Pants is reloaded. Will they appear now? I don't know, Crazy Pants. Answer your own question. Did they appear? God, Crazy Pants also has a crazy PC. That's pretty funny. They did. Wow. So it seems like there's a lot of problems if you just leave a window open, right? Which I'm assuming you did. You just like, you leave windows open on your laptop for an eternity. So it was just, you did, oh. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I was being presumptuous. I'm so sorry. Then I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what the problem is. I'm so sorry. Sorry for presuming. Okay, so let's find, like, this guy's gonna talk about, like, he's gonna have the idle state, he's gonna have a wander state. Oh yeah, I guess this is a nice visual
For
representation.
example, if we're moving between states, it's responsible for calling the exit function on the previous state and the enter function on the new one. And it's
So like the state machine is gonna be like, okay, stop idling, now go into this mode. Stop doing that thing, go into that thing. All right, so a Godot time. Also, this guy's little thing is cute too. Weird little dinosaur and a little like bunny thing, cow. It's adorable. Everybody's got adorable little pixel art. Okay, so yeah, we want to copy the base setup. Presumptuing. You would just sign back into Twitch. Oh, because you closed the window by accident. Okay. Okay, so you do usually leave it open, but not this one time that you had a weird problem. What a world. What a fucking world. Okay, so what is your script gonna look like, buddy? Could you just... So he's gonna start by outlining the different functions. I remember liking the way this guy did this. He just like makes some empty functions and then is gonna go back and fill them in. Those dinos are on itch.io for free? Sweet. Yeah, I assume a lot of this stuff is available for free. It's so cute. That would actually be a cool thing if AI art could make all of these different little free icon sprite packs, texture packs, environment packs. If they could, if an AI could make them all look like they're part of the same pack, it'd be fucking sweet. I might be willing to use AI art for that. Just to have like a nice big pile of cohesive stuff to make things with. Okay, so then, yeah, I guess, shoot, actually, I need to back up because I don't know where or how he set this up. Okay, so this just is part of... Okay, great. This is a good zoom out. So he has his enemy, he has collision set. Oh, you know what? Okay, now I'm heckin' big dumb. Maybe our Raticate was not colliding with objects because I didn't give it a collision shape. I need to give it a fucking collision shape. Oops. Okay, I'll do that. That's why you studied Krita post-processing. To make cool pixel art. So wait, but you're taking like other pixel art and processing it to make it look like it might have all come from the same pack. That's a cool idea. Dang. Good idea, Dirk. Okay, so then what we need to do is, first of all, so I don't forget, we're going to go back to Eradicate, and we're going to add a fucking collision shape. That's probably why his fat ass is not colliding with things.
You did it!
In this case, it sounds like you did it, dude. I don't know. Okay, so we'll just give him a little rectangle of a collision shape, and it'll be... That's too big. You're not that big. I think we need to turn off... Is the, like, grid snapping? Yeah. So when we have his movement set up, he is going to just be moving from tile to tile. But this should be fine. It shouldn't actually be really important to have a nice collision shape, because he should just move past things. Jeez! You were the one that celebrated. Oh my god. Durg has broken me. I just freaking assume all of the channel redeems are Durg because he spams them. Did I just honk like a bicycle horn? I don't think so. Shoot. I might have. I don't know. Anything's possible. There might have been background noise. I live across the street from a school, so. Anyway, Cheese, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're not dying from having school and a job. Sounds like hell. You do not spam. Okay, all right. Maybe you don't spam. No, you do like little spam bursts. You hit me with like 3 or 4 in a short period. I definitely just honked. All right. I'll take your word for it. I probably did just honk. We got our collision shape. Hold on. Let me see what that did. Did that actually do something? Can we run into the trees now? I didn't save it, so we definitely can't. Whoa. Wait, maybe he can. It seems like maybe the weird change we made. Oh, he can. He can fully run into stuff. Okay. So I didn't need to save that. I'm going to, but I didn't need to. That's so confusing. The things you do and don't need to save are so confusing. Oh my god, you use the channel redeems 25% of the times you want to. Holy shit. Well, Durg, I appreciate you showing some restraint. Surprisingly, you still did not die. It's the first time you're going to skip night school because you're tired. Oh no. Not really, it's just that you got a cold. Okay, all right. You know, if you're sick, you take care of yourself. That's, for some reason, that's less... It's way more sad that you'd be, like, so tired that you're gonna, like, skip an educational thing, you know? Keep that attitude with not dying? Yeah, please. Please keep up the not dying attitude. Shit. Okay, so the other thing we're gonna need to do is we're gonna have to add whatever the script is for the state machine, but that'll be after this.
The thing I'll do is add a new state script. This will be the base script used for all other states later, so we'll set up the functions in here. We'll declare...
Ooh, okay, so he's just making a new script? I've never actually done that. I've only made scripts attached to things. That I didn't even know you could do that.
What I'll do is add a new state script.
Interesting. Okay, so then I guess, sure, we're gonna make a... Oh my god. That's a good emote edit. You'd also miss out on work because of the cold, but damn, you're pretty sure if you showed up Cancer there, they'd tell you to become a Scorpio or something? What? Jeez, what? I thought you were gonna say, like, if you showed up with some serious illness, they'd still be like, suck it up and work. There's a lot of there's a lot of that toxic bullshit in work environments. Okay, so he's got a folder. So can we make a new folder? Is that a thing you're allowed to do within here? No way. No way. There's got to be a way to make a new folder. Come on. Come on. Can I right click this? Create new folder. Okay. Okay. You just right click the parent folder. Okay. Folder name is invalid. Your folder name is, no, it says valid. It says valid. I was getting triggered by the color of the text. I think it's actually green. I thought it was yellow. We're just going to call these like states, I guess. Okay, so now we have a states folder, and then in here we can create a new script. And okay, let's call it sim states, because we might have other states, but this might be our like basic template for making a new sim state, and then we'll rename it to something specific when we need to. All right. Now how the hell do I look at that? Can I just like double click you? Great. And then we can see it it's in here. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Ugh. Work is fine, you suppose? You basically work in the Brazilian equivalent of a Walmart. All right. That doesn't sound so bad. Actually, it's a market brand that's owned by the Brazilian equivalent of a Walmart. I get the point. That could be better. There's a lot of companies like Walmart that will own other brands, and like they don't want you to know it's Walmart. They want to pretend like we're fancier, we're high end. But like really it's not. A good example of that in a different industry is Alienware is now just owned by Dell. Like Dell computers don't sound fancy or cool. Alienware used to make really cool computers. Now they make like some kind of cool monitors. But like you can regularly get Dell monitors that are very similar specs to the Alienware one. But it doesn't look all fancy and cool. I don't know. It's a weird fucking thing. Okay, great. So we have our fucking state script open. What now?
This will be the base script used for all other states later, so we'll set up the functions in here. We'll declare class name state and define the functions enter, exit, update, and physics update. All of these will just contain pass because we don't actually want to do anything in these functions right now. You technically could, but for our project, I'll just leave these blank. Next, I'll go ahead and add a new node to the enemy and just call this state machine.
Hold on, buddy. Go back to that nice big screenshot. Let's get all that stuff copied. Okay, so we have an enter function. It like enters a state. We have the exit function for when it exits a state. Ooh. I didn't need to indent up here, and I did. Oh my God. Okay, I did not realize I was doing that. Okay, hold on. Switch that. Undo that indent. Okay. Now we need a function to update our state. Sure. Okay. Also just a pass right now. You just do nothing except exist. And the physics update, like I guess we'll need this if there are like processes that need to happen. I don't necessarily know why we would need that at the moment. You mostly do stuff like filling shelves and checking expiration dates. That sounds like it could be much worse, but it does sound pretty boring. And I don't know how difficult the rest of your schooling is. So like honestly, that might be like sometimes it's nice to do something where you just kind of turn your brain off. Like sometimes at the end of the day, I want to play like a challenging puzzle game. Sometimes at the end of the day, I just want to like load up Destiny and shoot some dudes in the face. It's just a half period, 8 to 12 in your time zone. Like a half day of work. Sure. You hope he has a nice Spotify playlist. Hell yeah. Okay, so. Hey, Firefox. Come back. Come back to me. All right.
For our project, I'll just leave these blank. Next, I'll go ahead and add a new node to the enemy and just call this state machine. Then I'll attach a new script. So the plan is to have the state machine in the scene tree, and every state can just be a child of that node.
Okay, so he makes a specific state machine script in addition to the separate state script. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, you're not allowed to have headphones or AirPods. Dang. Dang. Maybe that's partly because it's like a class or something. Or maybe culturally things are different. But like every grocery store I go to, the people who restock things, like they all have headphones on. And I feel like that's a fair thing. Like as long as you can still hear people who, like, I don't know, if a thing's falling and someone yells at you to get out of the way, like fine, that's fine. FYI, it's currently 14:21 in your time zone. Yeah, aren't you? You're like, I guess that means you're right. You're 4 hours ahead. I think at some point we talked about this before, Cheese, because both Crazy Pants and I were like, what the hell? Like Brazil is that far to the east? It's currently 10:22 here. Also, this clearly shows how bad I am at geography. Maybe Americans in general, but certainly just me. Okay, so then we need to real quick go to our eradicate, and we're just gonna make a new node, regular old node. And then we're just adding a script to that. Right, we should rename it state machine. And then we just give you a script. We're just attaching a script to you. And we'll just call it state machine. Okay. All right. Can't even have your phone on your body. That's so crazy. There are definitely workplaces like that in the United States, but generally, like, that's viewed as like creepy and weird. In theory, basically all of your other colleagues have them in their pockets or in their belly anyways. Like tucked into like a waistband. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. I would just follow the rules and be mad about it. But like if you're not actually going to get in trouble, then don't, just keep your phone on you, whatever. I generally I feel uncomfortable without my phone. And not because I'm addicted to social media. I am to a small extent. Like if there's something important I want to know about, I will absolutely sit down to pee so that I can read about that thing. So I've got a little bit of a problem, but in a modern world, my phone is like how I would ask for help. So like if there was ever an accident or something, like bro, you need your phone. Buy an old MP3 player. It's not a phone. But Dirk, you can't have headphones on. You need to buy like a boombox. You also can't have how everyone has to wear their IDs. Wait, you can't have an ID on? Is that so people there don't think you work there? Since your job is just to stock things, they don't want people thinking you work there as a customer interface. You just put the things on the shelves. Either way, that's a weird choice. Weird decision. You were going on an install in Toronto. The rules said no earbuds or headphones and no one quick haired. It would have been miserable without them. Yeah, that's how I feel. I also feel like incredible rage at rules that exist but aren't enforced. Like, whoever is in charge of those rules is a pathetic human being. You fucking enforce them because they're important. Get rid of them if they're not. It's not that hard. That's the whole point of a rule. You make a situation bad when you have some rules that are like, if you don't follow these, you'll die. And then other rules that's like, who cares? Like, it makes stupid people don't know which ones they need to follow, and then maybe they get hurt. You can have it, but it can't be on a necklace or something. Yeah, lanyard. you get why it would be a rule in an area with forklifts and trucks and cranes. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah. I don't know. Shit. Humans are... What's that one saying? Like, our reach exceeds our grasp or whatever. Like, we don't do anything right. We go too far, too fast. Stupidly. Oh, Captain Fubar, what's up, dude? Hello, hello. Hope you're having a nice Tuesday. Said the idea has a very crappy hook thing to attach to your clothes. Yeah, you know. If it works, it works. That does kind of suck. I hope it doesn't ruin your clothing. Let's figure out the state machine situation.
What I'll do is I'll define a states dictionary, and then inside of the ready function, I'll loop over all of the children. And if the child is a state, I can add it to the dictionary by using its name. And since state extends node, we can check directly here whether it's a state or not. I'll go ahead and track the current
Whoa,
state.
interesting. I haven't set up a dictionary yet. That's an interesting thing. Huh. Oh yeah, Cheese, good point. New captain. We now have 2 captains. Are we talking about the forklift safety video from 40-something years ago? No, just general bullshit about what you are or are not allowed to do in work environments. Worst part about the lack of enforcers is they only enforce it once you do it. Yeah, shit always feels that way. And you could be right or you could be wrong, but like, I don't know, like sometimes certain people get away with things because they've been there for a long time. Which captain is on board? There's a Captain Crazy Pants in chat as well. Although she's in and out. No, neither of those. She's also a CPT. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's copy what this guy did for his state machine. So we're just gonna go ahead. Nope, we want to extend node. Okay, so what we want to do is set up a variable. Is the current state. It's gonna be a state. No, not like that. Not like that. Don't autocomplete things for me, motherfucker. It'll make sense in the end, bro. You just fucking trust me, Godot. Actually, don't trust me. I don't know what I'm doing. Please warn me about problems like that. Okay. And then we're also going to have a states dictionary. This is so weird. Seems like such a weird way to set this up. Nope, wrong brackets. Is it? There we go. And then the ready function. For child. And get children. Child is state. Then states child name equals child. So it looks like. Yeah, we're getting better at hitting those brackets. Not great though. Better. Okay, so this seems like a weird way to set this up, but I feel like in the long run it'll make sense. A new captain, the fleet is growing. Apparently. I don't know. I don't know anything about that shit. One time a truck driver asked you to lift him with a forklift so he could tarp your stuff. That's very funny. A terrible idea, but pretty funny. It might have worked. Like, it seems kind of practical, but I would not be the one to do it. How many captains do I know, Cheese? Apparently now too. And yeah, Captain Fubar. So I have never set up a state machine before. So I'm following this example video, and I watched through the example video. Oh shit! Thanks for following, dude. I know like 0 things about coding. I'm like 3 lectures into a like coding course that you can watch videos of on Harvard's website. I'm trying to figure out how to use Godot to make like a Pokemon-like tactical combat game, but with like simulation in it. Like I want creatures to be going around like picking up food getting water, making babies, finding nests, sleeping, doing stuff like that. So you feel like you're like watching a world that exists. And this video seemed like it actually has some decent information. Like the way he set it up made sense. Making babies, please explain. Well, essentially all you get is that I'm going to tell them what kind of reproduction they do. Maybe it requires 2 of them. Maybe it requires 1 of them. Like if they're a plant, and then they're going to go into their little home and then a baby comes out, you know? It's nothing beyond that. Oh, cheese, that's funny. Yeah, Throw the Cheese has a limited amount of redeems within a period of time. Because I did not want to get spammed with Throw the Cheese. I think Crazy Pants redeemed it, and then maybe Durg. If I had to guess, it would be Durg that also did it, but it's limited to like 2 redeems within a period.
The cheese!
Oh. Okay, I guess it cooled down. It makes sense. You always thought some kind of bird was involved. Sometimes, maybe. Maybe. And yeah, cheese, they don't need to love each other. It's fine. They need to momentarily approve of each other. Oh, it didn't. You still can't use it. Well, it might have. Maybe you got banned from using it. I don't even know how I would do that. I don't know. Twitch has been weird all morning. Crazy Pants had some weird situations. It's also my connection has been unstable all morning, which is fucking weird. Seth the Subparian, that's fun. Look, I'm correct, okay? They don't actually need to love each other. There's a user limit. Well, yeah, you can set it up to have like global limits within a period of time. And yes, you can absolutely set it up to have a limit per users, but I don't think Cheese used it yet. I don't know. I don't know how anything works. Fucking, I don't know. I also don't know how state machines work. Let's maybe try to figure that out. So it seems like the way that this is set up is going to be nice for the future, especially if like we're going to have hundreds of different creatures that are running state machines. And so the idea for this seems like this is like automating the process of making a new one and trying to add new states in. This should like handle it nicely. Hopefully. Fucking hopefully. I don't know.
And then we'll go ahead and define the
Oh shit, hold on. Now you guys can see what I see.
process and physics process functions. And inside of here, we can check if we have a current state and call update and physics update respectively on the current state. But how do we move between states? Well, there's a billion different ways you could do it, but in my personal way, I would use signals. We'll head back over to the state class.
No. It's interesting that there's a bunch of ways to do this. I can't think of how, like, why you wouldn't use signals. He's like, the way I'm going to do it is to use signals. Like, yeah, signals seem like such an important part of Godot that, you, like, when an event happens, you can send out a signal that other things can then receive. Like, pressing a switch can emit a signal. An enemy seeing something can emit a signal. An enemy seeing the player. An enemy hearing the player. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't use signals. I need like a chat GPT that knows Godot really well. So I can just ask it questions like that and then, well, okay, I need a good chat GPT that could actually answer questions like that for me. Okay, so I believe I've got all of his shit copied down. Yeah, Cheese, I have it set so that anybody can add a quote. But for some reason, Stream Elements has just decided, like, no, actually, no. Only admins, only mods. A state machine is just a pattern to simplify the logic for when an NPC or player is in a certain state and handles a transition into another one. Yeah, for sure. It's like I get the theory behind it, but now I need to put that into application, right? Signals are just a way to communicate an event to avoid calling methods directly. Ooh. I guess that makes sense. So like rather than specifically saying like when A happens, B happens, you're saying like emit A And so then if you want B to always happen when A happens, you don't always have to connect the two. You just later on can just say, okay, whatever, you're the 500th thing that's going to emit signal A, and then B will automatically happen. I think. Shit. There's probably a lot of examples of specific ways to use it. You think Stream Elements hates you? It hasn't forgotten the caps lock thing. Yeah. Yeah, you might deserve it if it does. In fire a signal, if nobody listens, all is fine. If you call a method and it's not available, or you don't have the parameters to pass, it will break. Okay, that's an interesting point. Cool. Okay, I mean, I was going to rely on signals for like everything, because like my thought was like if you emit a signal, you can decide to have it do one thing, but then in the future you could decide, oh, actually I want another thing to happen when that signal gets emitted. It's a decoupling of dependencies. Cool. That's a succinct statement. When you call a method directly, you create a dependency chain. With signals, you avoid it. Cool. Okay, so Captain Fubar, I assume you like actually know what you're doing. If you don't, boy, you sure know how to fake it. Because all of that sounded quite reasonably informative. God, that would be so fucking funny to just go around and like lie to people with words that sound reasonable. Like for fun. It wouldn't be fun to like try to get into government doing that, because then it's just sad and you're a bad person. Ah, oh, damn. Okay, anyway. So we have this stuff copied down. Let's get to the next part.
Do it, but in my personal way, I would use signals. We'll head back over to the state class and add a new signal transition.
Okay, so we're going to sim states. His thing is named states. Our thing is named sim states. So what we want to do is add a new signal that's called transitioned. Great. Okay. There's a nice book if I haven't read it yet. Can you post a link? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I haven't read anything. Gamingprogrammingpatterns.com. Oh my god, it's just like its own actual website? Cool. Do you struggle with your code? No, sorry. Do you struggle to make your code hang together into a cohesive whole? Hold on. My default browser is Chrome, just in case people send like booby pictures or something and they try to hide it. There we go. Okay. By Robert Nystrom. You struggle to make your code hang together into a cohesive whole? I'm not even that far yet, buddy. Find it harder to make changes as your code base grows? Probably, but again, I'm not even there yet. Okay, this seems like this might be like a 6 months from now thing to read. You feel like your game's a giant hairball where everything's intertwined with everything else. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like we're going there. Accidental flashbang. Yeah, sorry people. It's it'd be cool to have some kind of like visual post-processing to prevent that. Like make it a nice slow change. If OBS detected I went from like a dark night mode background to a bright one. Interesting. All right. Well, Captain Fubar, I will assume you're not Robert Nystrom and you're just trying to advertise your own book. But oh, this seems pretty cool. I will give it a read when it seems appropriate. You wish. Oh my god. I'm currently working through like a beginner programming course on Harvard, and it's like focused on multiple languages and just like the logic and thought processes behind coding. And then once I do that, then I feel like yes, it is CS50. It was something with a 50 at the end of it. I didn't think it was relevant unless I could actually remember the course name, which I couldn't. So yeah, I plan to do all of that and like actually do all the little like homework assignments. They they assign to you during it. Just because I find this stuff interesting on a theoretical level, and I would like to understand as much as I can. And then maybe reading game programming patterns would be a good idea. Milana's just amazing at explaining things. Sweet. Okay. Well, I don't even know if that's the teacher's last name. So far, the guy who is teaching it has seemed like he is super into it. He's quite animated. He has a good time doing it. He gets quite sweaty by the end of a lecture, which is pretty funny, but I appreciate it. It must be the same person. He's been doing it for ages. Okay, cool. But yeah, the course I'm watching is specifically, I think it was updated. It's either the 2023 or 2022. It's like very recent. All right, so back to some state machine business. Okay, so we've added the signal transitioned. It updates every year. You think, yeah, I believe so. I think it is the 2023 one, and the 2024 one is probably like happening now, I would imagine. Or maybe they did that weird thing and it is the 2024 one, like a model of a car comes out like the year before or whatever, or like right at the end of a year. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it is very up to date. They even there is a ChatGPT like offshoot they made for it, and they're like, please don't use regular ChatGPT. The whole point of this course is to learn. If you use regular ChatGPT, it's gonna try and give you the next step. Use our version, which is named Rubber Ducky, and he'll just give you answers to what you're on. He won't try to like guess your next step and solve it. I have to rewatch that part. It's pretty interesting. The whole thing starts very strangely. It starts with a bunch of this is a tangent, but it's kind of funny. It starts with a bunch of like news segments of people being like, an AI is going to teach kids at Harvard. And then like it turns out like, no, it's like their teaching assistant. And they want people to use it instead of ChatGPT because it will try to help them learn better. But they clearly thought it was funny that so many news articles or news segments were saying they were going to be using an AI to teach kids. So they put that at the beginning of it. Pretty funny.
Anytime we want to leave the state, we'll just call this signal. And inside of the state machine, anytime we register a new state, we can simply connect to the transition signal. This will connect to a function that takes in the state that called it and the new state name that it wants to transition to. We can check if the state calling it is not the current state, and then we'll grab the new state from the state dictionary and of course make sure that exists. Then we'll check.
Oh my god.
Current state. If we do, we'll call .exit, and then we'll call .enter on the new state and set the current state to the new state. One quick thing.
Okay. That all of that makes sense in theory. The way that he walked through it makes sense. It's interesting that he's clearly just like pasting his code. It makes for a good presentation. Harder for me to follow speed-wise, but probably the better way to do it. Okay. So we're going back to our state machine, and we're going to copy what he's done. And then hopefully by the end of this, we can have a Rattata that will wander around aimlessly. And then we'll see if we can get him to like randomly transition to being thirsty or hungry. And then for today, probably we'll just have him walk to those things. Eventually I'm going to have to get like, I think the idea will be when he's thirsty, he's going to walk to the edge of the water and kind of just like he's just going to move at the water. And you'll just have to use your imagination and think like, okay, he's drinking. When he's hungry, he'll go over to a bush that will hopefully have berries on it and then do the same kind of animation, but then we'll remove the berry from the bush after he's done. So then it's like, okay, he took that berry and ate it. And if you, the player, want to go get that berry, like, too bad. It's gone now. You can't take it. And if that looks terrible, I'll like make some custom animations, but for now, like the goal is to just have like the minimum possible stuff to get functionality going, and then we'll do some fun shit. Hopefully not poison berries. Ooh, well, maybe it could be a situation like they're poison berries for the player to make like a poison concoction, but they're edible to the raticates. Something like that could be the situation. I do foresee eventually that being the case. Enter state face getting blue. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's probably so many weird fucking programming jokes like that. There's a subreddit called Programming Humor, and I get like a tenth of the jokes on there, but some of them are quite funny. All right, we got stuff to copy. Okay, so the thing that he's changing is in here first. He's adding the transition information. Okay. Okay.
Signal. This will connect to a function that takes in the state that called it. And
Okay, and then we need to write the function. Yep, you're mad. I get it. You're mad, but no, it's fine, dude. We're gonna write the function like right now, and it might not do anything yet, but you can be less mad about it. Okay, so we're gonna have a current state, and then we're gonna have a new state. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you, debug. You're right. I forgot. There's a colon there. Yep. Yep. All right, what's next?
the new state name that it wants to transition to. We can check if the state calling it is not the current state, and then we'll grab the new state from the state dictionary.
Okay, so sure. If the new state is the current state, you don't need to change states. Ooh, necessarily. Probably not. It would be kind of fun to have the idea of like a creature that would hunt other creatures. But if it was in the middle of hunting, like if you had a wolf that was hunting like a fast deer, and then it saw like a slow deer, like maybe it would want to hunt that deer instead. But I guess then you could add in a different state where like he's thinking about that. And then you could go back to hunting, but his target would be the slower one. That would be funny. I want to eventually have states where there's like silly shit you can do to like mess with creatures. Like it'd be pretty funny to have a bunch of raticates and you could like throw a berry down if there's not enough berries around, and they'll like come over and eat it. Maybe if you pick it back up, like they get mad at you and attack you. It'd be fucking funny. You don't want to depress me, but I'm describing behavior trees now, not state machines. No, that's totally fine. I'm gonna fucking research behavior trees. Not now, but later today. A bit more complex than state machines. Ooh. Complex and also different. You recommend the behave add-on. This is something specifically for Godel. All right. I will also look into that as well. This is mostly like this activity is mostly a learning process for me. And maybe someday I'll look back at this and actually have a functional game. But I'm honestly would not be surprised if I got like 100 hours into making this and was like, I can't really make the thing I want. I need to start over or change huge portions of it. It's not a big deal. You have decision trees additionally to states. Okay. So then you could have decision trees that influence how you transition from states or something. It sounds like they could be the same thing, just conceptually one might be larger than the other. To simplify, an NPC starts with a behavior and keeps on doing it until it fails. Okay. And then that's different from a state. I guess the state has extra information, right? And then it transitions into another behavior until that fails too. Interesting. That still seems like potentially like states would contain behaviors. But I don't fucking know. Oh, states can't fail. Okay. Interesting. So do you think, so like my whole goal right now is to have a little fucking Raticate that like decides he's thirsty or hungry or needs to sleep. Like he decides his most important thing, right? And then he goes and satisfies that need. And so what I was thinking is that you would just go into different states. Like if thirst is, if he has like a little, like let's say he's got like 3 variables, and like thirst increases at a small amount per hour, hunger increases at a small amount per hour, tiredness or energy decreases, and then eventually like he has some kind of way of deciding which one of those is the most important thing to deal with. Ooh, that's a behavior tree. Uh-oh. Shit, so then maybe this is a waste of time and I should be setting up a behavior tree? Damn, from what I looked up, a state machine seemed like the right thing to do. Go with both. Oh shit, okay. So then you use the behavior tree to enter a state? If so, then I'm not really, okay, it can be that way. Because essentially, like I knew part of this that I want to get done, which is that I need some way to put the Raticate into a mode that's like, I want food or I want water. And then it seems like a state machine would let me separate those different desires into like actions. State is just a way to organize logic that depends on the state. Animation, sounds, etc. Okay, and then even like, in my mind, pathfinding or like movement, like behavior would be the main thing. That like if a Rattata is thirsty, he's gonna go look for water. If he's hungry, he's gonna try to sniff out some berries. And yeah, I know that the like having an idle state goes along with like showing the idle animation or playing idle sounds. Yeah, sure. And I think every different state is going to have things that go along with it. In this case, it's not going to be a lot of unique noises. There will be some, like obviously a thirsty Rattata is going to go drink water, and then we need like a noise for him drinking. For decision trees, you can either use your custom solution or use a behavior tree. The advantage is you can copy paste behaviors to other entities. Okay, yeah. So then that's what I was going to say before, is that I know I need Raticate to be doing these actions. I'm hungry, I'm going to go look for food. I'm thirsty, I'm going to go get water. I'm tired, I'm going to go into my den and sleep. And since I knew state machines could achieve each of those different like thought processes for the Raticate, my thought was like, I'll set those up today and just have him like randomly choose one. And then I'll go about figuring out how to make him like intelligently choose what he needs to do. And I was, like I said, I was kind of just thinking of having like values. And then he's like, what's my highest value? Okay, I'm really hungry. I'm not that tired. I'm not that thirsty. Fine. Keep using states. This is just for managing the representation of a state. Yeah, for sure. So instead of spaghetti code. Yeah, so it sounds like what I should do is have the behavior tree that helps him figure out which state he wants to be in. And then the state machine handles that transition from one state to the next. So that I'm probably not totally screwed, which is good. And so, like I was saying, the only reason I started with this is that this was like a concrete thing I knew I needed. And then the internet when typing in some dumb statements into the internet, people were like, yeah, you want to use state machines. So I was like, okay, I want to use state machines. Let's learn about state machines. So yeah, thank you for the information. It does seem like I should learn about behavior trees next, because the goal is to have like essentially, for now, I'm using Pokemon as a stand-in, but then eventually I'm going to create all of my own creatures. And the goal is to have them all like coexisting in an environment, hunting each other, competing for food with each other, competing for like nest territory with each other. So lots of different areas will have a nice, there will be a nice overlap of things they all want to do from one area to the next. So I'll definitely need a way to just like copy things from one creature to the other. So yeah, behavior tree sounds like the right way to go for sure. The add-on has nice tutorials to explain it. Oh, cool. Okay, sweet. So then yeah, it sounds like I will be going with behave if unless there's something better that exists. And honestly, even if behave isn't the best thing that exists, but it has nice tutorials for it, like that's mainly what I'm after. I need my handheld. I need my handheld, and then I'll tweak things and mess with things. You don't know if anything better exists for sure. It's probably worth a quick Google search, but if not, I don't, not a terrible situation if I choose something that isn't the best but has lots of tutorials. Highbrain, what a weird name. Did a great job. Also, he ported it to GD extension for performance. Ooh. Cool. Yeah, shoot. Am I remembering? Oh, it's BitBrain. Okay. That makes way more sense. Oh yeah, the link is to BitBrain. Okay. Shoot, am I remembering right that the like GD extension is the thing that's like C# and it's more efficient than Godot's engine for certain things? I read through the Godot tutorial and the GD extension is C++. Oh. Oh. And C# is definitely not more efficient. Damn, I thought I remember reading specifically that like for certain kinds of code, you would want to use C# and that you could use C# directly with Godot for that reason. Damn, all right. I try to be skeptical because I regularly misremember things. And, that seems to be the case. Mostly nonsense. Damn. C# burn. Damn. All right, so if the state does not equal the current state. Wait, is that if it does? Oh my God. God damn it. I don't fucking know. I always get tripped up with the way with the equal sign commands and their meaning. Feed the rat. Look, Dirk Glover, I'm trying, all right? He might die first. Script time execution is almost never a bottleneck unless you have tons of iteration involved. And even then you'd go C++ rather than C#. Interesting. Yeah, I do at some point want to do, I want some areas of this game to have random generation, like procedural generation stuff, but I feel like that would be the kind of thing where like you do a big chunk of it at once and it's like part of the player loading into a little like temporary activity or something. I don't know how optimized I need it to be, but I would still look at what is the better way to do it for sure. But then, I don't know if I can trust what people tell me. All right. Nope. No. Okay. All right, so that looks good. Planning on doing open world stuff in 3D or 2D? It's all going to be 2D. It's going to be like like a typical, what is it, like oblique 2D, like a Pokemon perspective. which is why I'm using Pokemon sprites as like placeholders for now. Definitely is the plan to have it be 2D, and I'm fine with GDScript. Sweet. I don't know, like I want it to be open world, but only to a certain extent. Like maybe open world, but not massive and sprawling. It's kind of annoying to have massive sprawling areas in a top-down game. You got to be careful to have people not get lost, since they can't fucking look where their character's looking. All they can see is top down. I want things to not be as like narrow as a normal Pokemon game with all the like tiny little routes that are like very clearly linearized, but also like not open world on the scale of like a 3D Pokemon game, because it's just too hard to tell where you are and what you're doing. Some kind of middle ground. Just create terrain and then add modular pre-created points of interest. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm thinking of doing. And then I also want to have like a kind of activity where you like go and visit like islands for some kind of little like challenge that you would complete and then come back. And something like that, it would be like kind of a similar thing where like maybe I'd have some pre-made outlines of island shapes, and it would like grab those, grab a few of those, string them together with like bridges or like little like shallow rivers you can cross or something, and then in the heart of those would be a few pre-made points of interest that it could spawn. So yeah, I'm not gonna go crazy with it. I already have some like simple ideas of what I want to do, and I like it seems like this would be the stuff that people already want to do. I'm not trying to like make anything crazy revolutionary, so I'm assuming I can find at least some information. I think one of the first Brackeys tutorials is coding in GDScript. Let me Google that so I remember. My way of keeping notes is I just Google shit, and then I go through the Google tabs when I'm done with the stream, when I have time. And it's been like years since Chrome has crashed on me and hasn't saved my stuff, so it's been pretty reliable. Okay, so we gotta keep going with whatever this guy is saying.
And of course, make sure that exists. Then we'll check if we have a current state. If we do, we'll call .exit, and then we'll call .enter on the new state and set the current state to the new state. One quick thing is down here,
Nope, go back. Okay, so we gotta copy this stuff. Interesting that he says we're gonna check to see if there's a current state. I kind of thought you would always have a state. I guess you don't have to, but my thought was there would always be some kind of idle state that you would like, okay, spawn this Raticate, put him in his idle state. Okay, now go from there. Check to see if he's hungry. Okay, he's kind of hungry. Okay, check to see if he's thirsty. Okay, he's really fucking thirsty. And also he's not tired. Okay, so then now let's move him into the state where he's very thirsty and he's gonna go get water. The idea in this tutorial is you append states to an NPC. Interesting. A state involves an action state, not a need state. Well, I guess I was thinking that like the needs would lead to like being in a state. And before you even think about the needs, I kind of thought you would by default just put them in like an idle state. And so I guess maybe I misspoke. What I mean by like first you would decide if he's thirsty, and then you would put him in the state of like seek water, I guess. But yeah, maybe that wouldn't be the thing to do, because I think in this video, interesting, again, not an action state. So it wouldn't be like an action state to have him like essentially be like pathfind toward water is essentially like what I would be expecting him to do. That he would if he's If hunger is the highest thing, then he's going to be moving around the map toward food. If thirst was the most important thing, interesting. A state should be an immediate action. Well, wouldn't the immediate action be that that the Eradicate is walking, but toward the specifically toward the thing that it wants? So if it's thirsty, it would need to be in a state where it's walking toward water. If it's hungry, it needs to be in a state where it's walking or running toward food. If it's sleepy, it needs to be put into a state where it's walking toward its den. Is this the wrong way to conceptualize it? Interesting. Just one simple action, not a sequence. Ooh. So then could I still, like, then I guess the way I would set it up would be the action would be like walk toward water. And then when it gets to water, it would like essentially it would know, okay, I'm at water, and then I would change its state to like drink water. And then once it has the act of drinking water would like increase its the amount of water it has. Like I need to figure out how I'm going to actually conceptualize their needs. Like, do I have a hunger meter and a thirst meter? Because then drinking would lower the thirst meter. Seek water could be a behavior that runs until it fails, which would be that it finds water. Ooh. Ooh, okay. I mean, yeah, so then you personally hate those needs because they normally don't add to a game experience. Well, like my goal with them is not to have the player experience them. My goal with them is to have the creatures in the world be experiencing them, so that when you, the player, are walking through the world, you can just see creatures doing things. This is like a specific thing that I dislike about Pokemon games is, one, no tactical combat, which I absolutely want. But then two, you don't ever really see Pokemon out like doing stuff. And so like the idea is that like I want the player to just be able to like sit down in a spot and like watch animals go about their business. And then especially like let's say you're looking for, I don't know, some kind of wolf creature and you want it to have a good speed stat. You would actually be able to like watch some wolves hunt, and you might notice that one of them is really fast and be like, okay, I'm going to go after that guy. I'm going to get into a fight with that guy. I'm going to capture that guy. That specific guy is going to be the wolf I want. So yeah, the reason that I'm setting these up is not to have the player interact with these systems directly. It's to create a realistic, or not even like a kind of realistic world that has the briefest, the thinnest illusion of a world where stuff is just kind of going on. And I do think there would be benefits toward eating or drinking. If there were, part of my goal is to have the animals like hunt each other. So like a Eradicate that's well fed is going to be easier to, he's going to be harder to catch. He's going to be easier to escape from the thing that's hunting him, whether that thing is the player or something else. I have a single stamina and different timeouts on the stamina regain with different types of actions. Yeah, it would be like something like that. that like each different meter would either go up or go down, and then things would trigger based on that. You could automate eating and drinking, and you only need to check if the inventory has enough items. Unless I want to make cooking another featured mechanic. Well, yeah, like again, I do want cooking to be a kind of mechanic as far as like buffs go, because I think that stuff is fun. If you want to play on like a really hard difficulty, then getting like some kind of recipe for a dish that gives you like bonus attack of some kind, I think is really interesting. But you wouldn't have to engage with it if you didn't want to. But again, the whole reason I'm designing this aspect of the system is not for the player to interact with. The reason I want this done is to be essentially running in the background a like very bare bones simulation for all of the creatures that are in the world. So that way the creatures will have a natural schedule. They'll be going around doing things. It'll feel like an immersive experience because you can just kind of like sit and watch things happen. Especially like when the time changes from like day to night, you'll see a lot of creatures go to sleep, but then some other creatures will come out to hunt around like dusk or dawn. Certain creatures will only be out at night, and you'll actually be able to like see them. It won't be like in earlier Pokemon games, you don't know what Pokemon are out at night. You just have to go walk around the grass and then like, oh, a Hoot attacked me. Okay, I guess Hoots are out at night. Now I know. Like you'd be walking around at night and you would see them flying around doing shit, going and getting food, collecting material for their nests, whatever. And then not only would you see those things happening, but you, the player, could kind of intervene in those systems in order to catch them. Like if you knew a Hoot was building stuff for its nest, you could leave the things it needs to build its nest near you and then like ambush it when it comes after those things. Back to the task at hand. Yeah, sure. Think of states as an immediate action state, not a need state or a more complex task. Yeah, so then I'm thinking, do I actually even need them for this the way that I have it set up? That maybe the idea should be that I handle all of this with behavior trees. The reason you create this system is to closely organize all logic that depends on that state. Animation, sound, transition to another state. Yeah, for sure. That part I understand, and I would still think applies to this. But then maybe it would be like what like the states would be like I would have a state for drinking water, a state for eating berries, but also just a general walking state. And the walking state would have with it like the noises that it would make while walking, maybe over different terrains. And then the behavior tree would tell it like, okay, this Raticate is hungry, so put it in the walking state and make it walk toward like food. Because then if that's the case, that I like maybe I thought states were more complicated, or I was going to try and use them in a more complicated way, that wouldn't be as sensible. Because if you could use behavior trees the way I now feel like you're saying, then essentially the behavior tree would be like, okay, I'm going to be looking for food, so put me in the walking state and go toward food. Because yeah, I guess I still don't fully know how to tell the Raticate its target. They're just action states that represent the immediate state of an entity. I mean, damn, that sounds like I understand. So like how, I guess I could ask you, how would you set this up if you wanted to have a little creature that's going to walk around a simple little world? You would have the states, like, okay, sure, you would use both. Yeah, definitely. So you'd use behavior trees for it to figure out what it wants to do. And then the states themselves would be like the individual action. So like if a Rattata wanted to get food, then the individual, like it would go from one state, which would be walking. Then it would go to the state, which would be eating. Then it might go back to an idle state for a moment when it's trying to figure out like, okay, I ate. Now what do I do next? And then the behavior tree would decide like, okay, you're not hungry anymore. You're a little bit tired, but you're very thirsty. So now you need to enter the walking state again to go find water. Now, once you've walked to water, now you're going to enter a drinking state. Okay, now you have finished drinking. I guess like be in the drinking state until the behavior tree thinks you've had enough water. Then figure out again what your next important behavior is going to be. And that could either be, okay, you're tired, so go to your den, which would mean I'm trying to predict into implementation. Well, yeah, how am I going to make it if I can't predict how I'm going to do it? Because, yeah, it seems like I can only understand it more precisely if I understand how behavior trees work. Okay. So then I should definitely research behavior trees. I had already planned to, but it's nice to know that that's the other chunk of how to do this. Because I understood, or at least I thought I understood, that using states would make sense. I correctly understand now that states are for representations of an action state. Sure. Can I still see your messages? Yeah, Dirk, I can. I wasn't answering yours because I don't know if you're correct. And for simple games, it's perfectly fine. Ooh, I don't know if my game counts as simple or complex. It's okay. Great. For more complex behavior with decision trees, you can use a behavior tree. Yeah, I do feel like having a behavior tree would make more sense for what I'm trying to do. Because the goal is to have a creature that exists around a lot of other creatures to then try and figure out what it needs to do based on what it needs and what things are in its environment. Like if Eradicate's hungry, but there's a thing that would eat it standing next to the closest food bush. Like maybe it's not gonna do that. And look up what it does and how it works. Well, yeah, I don't know. My plan was to be implementing things rather than just reading stuff. That does not detract from the knowledge on how state machines work. Yeah, for sure. You think I can implement the system I wanted for a prototype? Yeah, I think I could at least get the state machine thing set up, but then I'll need to I think like the next step is going to be figuring out behavior trees. But actually, so let's just do like a brief ad block. I don't care that you've been updated. Just like read about what Godot says behavior trees are. Since it'd be ready, oh my god, I read the word ready on the jacket. It would be better to at least basically understand this before I try to do more in relation to the state machine. Okay, so the behavior tree is a popular way to code AI in a game, such as how the NPC characters act. in this tutorial. Oh shit, it's like a full-on tutorial. Dang. Dang. We'll try to create classes in Godot that allow us to implement a Godot behavior tree. The behavior tree is a tree of nodes that propagate in a tree-like fashion down to leaves that finally implement functionality of the game. Sure, that is what I took it to mean. The traversal of the tree happens on every tick of the game. So in Godot, it would be on every video frame. That also makes sense. We'll base our code implementation on this behavior trees article. Okay, so I think just the general article would be... Oh, it's a GitHub link. Interesting. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. This is a long fucking article. All right, so let's read a little bit of this, and then I think it's still going to make sense to... We'll get as far as setting up the state machine as I can today. We'll figure out the actions that we need, and like eventually sound effects and things, but initially it'll just be like the bare bones things I need to tweak and test and figure out whether or not the behavior tree is working right. So yeah. The last few years, behavior trees are the major formalism used in the game industry to build complex AI behaviors. This success comes from the simplicity to understand, use, and develop behavior trees by non-programmers. Sure. Behavior trees have been proposed as an improvement over hierarchical state machines for designing game AI of non-player characters. Their advantages over traditional AI approaches are being simple to design and implement, scalability when games get larger and more complex, and modularity to aid reusability and portability. Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest part. Being able to just reuse chunks of it. Which is, I thought, what I was getting at with a state machine, but it seems like yes, but the state machine is at a much lower level of executing actions than I thought it was. Behavior trees have been originally pioneered by robotics and soon adopted for controlling AI behaviors in commercial games, such as first-person shooter Halo 2 and life simulation game Spore. Interesting. I wonder if Halo 2 was one of the first games to use it? Interesting to not just be like Halo. Huh. Better understand behavior tree's evaluation. It's recommended that you play with our demo, Behavior Tree Tests. It shows you the status of the tasks at each evaluation step. Also, the demo allows you to run the tree indefinitely at regular intervals or step by step. Load and save a tree snapshot. Reset the whole tree to its initial state. We believe that this is a valuable learning tool for beginners. Okay, what are you? Are you an actual like file to run? Yes. Okay. Interesting. Shit. Okay, I would like to look at that. I don't know how to actually implement and run that thing. I can probably figure it out. Jerk, you're not so Godot or C savvy? Bro, neither am I. It's just in Java. Okay. So can you just like run it from here? It's always like with GitHub, it's always just like shit that I don't. Run the add-on behave? Will this just run in that? What is this even part of? GDX AI. So then why run behave? Oh, it's an equivalent to that. Oh. Interesting. So I was just assuming that behave would just help me make things simply, I guess. It would like simplify the viewing or using or making a tree. And this seems like it's just something where you can just like watch some kind of event happen and have this explained to you, like why things are happening. Behaves an add-on that implements a behavior tree system. So then does that mean I'm right in assuming that it would allow me to not just like enact one, but like create one, edit one? It has custom nodes. Okay, yeah, sure. That makes sense. All right. What's the point of an add-on otherwise? Yeah, I don't know like exactly how powerful it would be, right? Like maybe it could only like once you made the tree, it could actually run it for you or let you see it in a special way rather than like actually giving you custom nodes to make things out of. You could even download FSM add-ons. I thought FSM was finite state machine. Yeah, shit. Either way, I should definitely before I jump into doing this. Sorry, I'm correct. Yeah, no, it's all good. I should probably look at what add-ons are available and what they do, just in case it makes it would make it easier or potentially save me time. I guess that's easier in a respect. It might make it more clear. Might save me time. Both of which would make it easier. Better learn how they work. Yeah, for sure. For sure. So I've only got like half an hour left. So I think reading through this would make sense. Trying to finish what I can, getting this state machine running from the example video we're partway through would be a good idea. And then I'll research what I can over the weekend, over the week. And then hopefully next week we can start a behavior tree. You going to grab food? All right, enjoy your meal. I will be reading over the core concepts. Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah, this could be helpful. It literally begins with the main problem with state machines is the exponential growth of states and transitions. Okay, so then fundamentally you could use a state machine as a behavior tree. It's just like really messy. Like you could have a library where people just throw books wherever they want. It's just really messy. Okay. Even worse, oh wait, states cannot be reused easily. Okay. Without having to worry about transitions being invalid when they're reused for different portions of the AI logic. Essentially, state machines lack a proper level of modularity. Well, shit. I would like all of the modularity possible. Because I'm lazy. Well, not lazy. I'm addicted to novelty and satisfaction. And modularity seems like a nice way to get toward those things faster. I'm also a little lazy. Don't grab too hard. Behavior trees increase modularity by encapsulating logic transparently within the states, making states nested within each other and thus forming a tree-like structure, and restricting transitions to only these nested states. So then that's saying you could look at a behavior tree as a state machine with more restrictions upon it so that it is easier to scale and reuse portions of it. Cool. The root node branches down to more nodes until the leaf nodes are reached. And these leaf nodes are the base actions that define the behavior of the AI from a state beginning at the root. It's very cute to call them leaf nodes. The concept of an AI state is now seen as a high-level AI behavior or task, whereby the links to nested children nodes define subtasks which make up the main behavior. The leaf nodes are essentially then a group of basic actions that define a behavior. Okay? The tasks of a behavior tree are formally constructed out of two classes of constructs, leaf tasks and composite tasks. In the next section, we cover these constructs, describing in detail their usage and applicabilities. Okay. Leaf tasks are the terminal nodes of the tree and define low-level actions which describe the overall behavior. They're typically implemented by user code, maybe in the form of a script, and can be something as simple as looking up the value of a variable in the game state, executing an animation, or playing a sound effect. Leaf tasks consist of two types: actions, which cause the execution of methods or functions on the game world, for example, move a character, decrease health, etc., or conditions, which query the state of objects in the world, for example, the location of a character, the amount of health, etc. Okay. These actions and conditions form the definitions of behavior tasks. For example, the informal behavior tree below defines a task: avoid combat. Okay. So then enemy visible is a condition that it's checking, and run away is the action it would be executing. The root task is decomposed into two child tasks. Whoa. Not the root task is composed of two child tasks. The root task is decomposed into two child tasks. The left child being a condition that an enemy is visible, and the right child being an action which makes the NPC run away. Each of these actions and conditions can either succeed or fail, which in turn define whether the high-level behavioral task succeeds or fails. Interesting. Okay, so then if the enemy is not visible, then the task would fail, as in like don't run away because the enemy's not visible. Interesting. That's a weird way to conceptualize it. Some leaf tasks natively provided by framework are: failure, immediately fails; success, immediately succeeds; wait, keeps running for the specified amount of time, then succeeds. Okay, so then like fail just means it doesn't happen, succeed means it does happen, and then like wait is pause for a bit and then happen. To me, like failed sounds like it tried to happen but couldn't, which I guess that could still be a way to describe. Like you try to avoid combat, but then there's no enemy, so you don't need to run the task of avoiding combat. You didn't fail at avoiding combat. The task failed. Holy shit, that's a weird thing. Okay, composite tasks. Composite tasks provide a standard way to describe relationships between child tasks, such as how and when they should be executed. Contrary to leaf tasks, which are defined by the user, composite nodes are predefined and provided by the behavior tree formalism. They allow you to build branches of the tree in order to organize their subtasks. Basically, branches keep track of a collection of child tasks, and their behavior is based on the behavior of their children. Sure. Interesting that it's saying like leaf tasks are defined by the user, but composite tasks are not. It's like I feel like the user decides which leaf tasks are inside any composite task. So in that way they're defined by the user, but I guess not directly. Interesting. You can think of composite tasks as the backbone of the behavior tree formalist. Unlike actions and conditions, there are normally only a handful of composite tasks because with only a handful of different grouping behaviors, we can build very sophisticated behaviors. Especially the composite tasks consist of selectors, sequences, parallels, and decorators that will be described in the next subsessions. Interesting. Okay. So like choose this thing, do this thing, then that thing, do these things at the same time. Cool. Okay, a selector. A selector is a branch task that runs each of its child behaviors in turn. It will return immediately with a success status code when one of its children runs successfully. As long as its children are failing, it will keep on trying. If it runs out of children completely, it will return a failure status code. Selectors are used to choose the first of a set of possible actions that is successful. For instance, a selector might represent a character wanting to reach safety. There may be multiple ways to do that. Take cover, leave a dangerous area, find backup. Such a selector will first try to take cover. If that fails, it will leave the area. If that succeeds, it will stop, since there's no point also finding backup. As we've solved the character's goal of reaching safety, if we there's no point in going for backup as we've solved the character's goal. Okay. If we exhaust all options without success, then the selector itself has failed. Okay. So the selector just wants to achieve one thing. Any of those one things. And then if it achieves any of those one things, then it's like, okay, I succeeded. Okay. Calm down, girl. Okay, a random selector. Simple variation of the selector task that can make your AI more interesting and varied. Non-deterministic selector. While the standard selector runs each of its children in a strict order defined in advance by who has created the tree, the non-deterministic variation runs its children in a random order. As an example, imagine a dog that wants to rest. It could either sit or lie down. You can quickly implement this behavior by using a random selector with 2 children. Sit down and lie down. Okay, that's cool. Looks like a backtracking mechanic. Studied that stuff at AI Basics. Interesting. How would it be a backtracking mechanic? To me, it just seems like it just runs through all of its things, and if one of them is successful, then it's like, okay. And if, right, because the selector just goes through everything, and it looks for one success. Oh, I guess maybe if it fails, will it just try again? I think it said that shit. Yeah, okay. As long as its children are failing, it will keep on trying. Okay. So yeah, sure. If all those things failed, it'll go back and just keep trying all these things. Interesting. And I guess that's probably true for the random one too. The random one is just, it's not going in order from left to right. A sequence. Okay, wait, no. Sequences. Sequence is next. A sequence is a branch task that runs each of its child behaviors in turn. It will return immediately with a failure status when one of its children fails. As long as its children are succeeding, it will keep going. If it runs out of children, it will return in success. Shouldn't you write an exit condition though? Well, it sounds like, I guess that would be up to you, right? Like if in this example, if you want whoever is looking for cover, whoever is trying to achieve safety, if you want them to try a few times and then stop, then you would add some kind of exit condition. Otherwise, the only exit condition is that it did one of these things successfully. And it would just be stuck in an infinite loop, it sounds like, until it can do one of these things successfully. And maybe you're okay with that. And like maybe an example for us would be like if you had a creature, like if there was some kind of like a dog creature that has multiple different ways it could get food. Maybe it would just keep cycling through all the different ways it could get food until it succeeds, rather than telling it to stop. But maybe in some cases you would want an exit condition. Okay, so the sequence is going to do everything. As long as its children are succeeding, it will keep going. If it runs out of children, it will return in success. So it needs to be able to achieve all of them. Otherwise, it will fail. It will return immediately with a failure status code when one of its children fails. So a sequence wants to do all the things that are in it. That makes sense. It's a sequence. Sequences represent a series of tasks that need to be undertaken. Each of our reaching safety actions in the selector example above may consist of a sequence. To find cover, we'll need to choose a cover point, move to it, and when we're in range, play a roll animation to arrive behind it. Cute. If any of the steps in the sequence fails, then the whole sequence has failed. If we can't reach our desired cover point, then we haven't reached safety. Only if all the tasks in the sequence are successful can we consider the sequence as a whole to be successful. Sequence node is graphically represented by an arrow. Cool. Okay. That makes sense. Random sequence. Just like for selector, the non-deterministic variation of the sequence task runs its children in a random order. Interesting. This comes in handy in certain situations. For instance, suppose you want to burn something. To accomplish this task, you need matches and gasoline, and of course, the order you get them is irrelevant. I wonder, can we implement a situation where it tries to figure out? I'm sure we could. Instead of doing it randomly, figure out which order makes more sense. Like maybe it would make sense to do things in a certain order. Like the matches are right next to you, and the thing you need to burn is down the hall. So like, go grab the matches, then go get gasoline from wherever the gas is, and then go arrive at the point down the hall. Rather than like randomly, oh, go get the gasoline and then come back to the matches, then go to the spot where I need to burn the thing. Might be less efficient. I guess we would just achieve that with multiple trees, I guess. A decorator, right? What the fuck is this? Ooh, also, can we zoom in? My text is kind of small and there's some pretty big margins. Yeah, that looks pretty good. The name decorator is taken from object-oriented software engineering. The decorator pattern refers to a class that wraps another class, modifying its behavior. If the decorator has the same interface as the class it wraps, then the rest of the software doesn't need to know if it's dealing with the original class or the decorator. Interesting. In the context of a behavior tree, a decorator is a task that has one single child task and modifies its behavior in some way. You can think of it like a composite task with a single child. Okay, so it's going to be a modified version of a task. There are many different types of useful decorators. Always fail. Will always fail, no matter whether the wrap task fails or succeeds. Always succeed. Will always succeed, no matter whether the wrap task succeeds or fails. Huh. Include graphs an external subtree. This decorator enhances behavior trees with modularity and reusability. Okay, that seems pretty cool. So you could have it do something and be like, okay, in this case, include this other thing. That's cool. That one makes sense. I don't understand why you'd want an always fail or always succeed edition. I would love if they had presented an example of that. Maybe I can find one. Invert will succeed if the wrap task fails and will fail if the wrapped task succeeds. That's interesting. Repeat will repeat the wrap task a certain number of times, possibly infinite. This task always succeeds when it reaches the specified number of repetitions. Ooh, okay. You might want that for debugging. Okay, yeah, that's an interesting point. Greg is up on the shelf behind me. She can jump so high, it's fucking crazy. Also, always succeed as an exit point. Yeah, for sure. And so is repeat to a certain extent. Semaphore guard. Whoa. Yeah, well, like what? Semaphore Guard allows you to specify how many characters should be allowed to concurrently use wrapped tasks, which represents a limited resource used in different behavior trees. Note that this does not necessarily involve multi-threading concurrency. Oh boy. This is a simple mechanism for ensuring that a limited shared resource is not oversubscribed. You might have a pool of 5 pathfinders, for example, meaning at most 5 characters can be pathfinding at a time. Or you can associate a semaphore to the player character to ensure that at most 3 enemies can simultaneously attack him. This decorator fails when it cannot acquire the semaphore. This allows a selector task higher up the tree to find a different action that doesn't involve the contested resource. Ooh, that's fun. So you could like have a situation where, like they said, only have 3 characters attacking the player. But then in that situation, you could be like, okay, if that's the case, then the other enemies could heal themselves or heal other characters or reposition. Cool. Okay. Until fail, we'll repeat the wrap task until the task fails, which makes this decorator succeed. Sure. Until success, we'll repeat the wrap task until the task succeeds, which will make this decorator succeed. Okay, those all make sense. There are many more decorators you might want to use when building behavior trees, but I think these are enough for now. Damn. There's probably some other really fucking weird ones. Okay, so now we're at a different kind of task, a parallel. The parallel composite task handles concurrent behaviors. It's a special branch task that runs all children when stepped. As we'll see in a moment, the actual behavior of this task depends on its orchestrator and policy. Interesting. Here are some typical uses of a parallel task. Non-conflicting actions. A parallel task is most obviously used for sets of actions that can occur at the same time. You might, for example, use parallel to have your character roll into cover while shooting an insult? Shouting an insult, oh my god. And changing primary weapons, that's really funny. These 3 actions don't conflict. They would use the same semaphore, for example. And so you could carry them out simultaneously. They wouldn't use the same semaphore. I was like, wait, what? Gotta read better. Okay, so that type of parallel task makes sense. Condition checking. One very common use of the parallel task is to continually check whether certain conditions are met while carrying out an action. For instance, you can make your character react on event while sleeping or wandering. Using parallel tasks to make sure that conditions hold is an important use case in behavior trees. With it, we can get much of the power of a state machine, and in particular, the state machine's ability to switch tasks when an important event occurs and new opportunities arise. Rather than events triggering transitions between states, we can use subtrees as states and have them running in parallel with a set of conditions. In the case of a state machine, when the condition is met, the transition is triggered. With a behavior tree, the behavior runs as long as the condition is met. This technique works quite well, but can quickly become cumbersome even for relatively small trees. It's recommended to use guards and dynamic guard selectors instead. Oh boy. More things to know. Okay, I need to take a quick break and use the bathroom, but I will be right back. I'm back. Also, I don't know why I said I have half an hour earlier. I have an hour. I had an hour and a half. Still have like an hour. So let's read through a bit more of this, and then I want enough time to try and at least get our state machine enacted. I think what we'll do is just like we'll try to get the Radicate to randomly go between being idle and wandering. That seems like a good, simple goal. Anar? Did I swallow another hour into an hour? No, that's just an hour. Okay. All right. It is just an hour. Okay. All right. All right. Damn it, Dirk. I never think I get like 30% of your weird phonetic, the weird phonetic games you play. Okay, so we're at group behavior, right? And this is for parallel tasks. Okay. We can use parallel to control the behavior of a group of characters, such as a fire team and a military shooter. While each member of the group gets its own behavior tree for its individual actions, shooting, taking cover, reloading, animating, playing audio, for example. These group actions are contained in parallel tasks within a higher level selector that chooses the group's behavior. If one of the team members can't possibly carry out their role in the strategy, then the parallel will return in failure, and the selector will have to choose another option. Interesting. So for their example, like maybe they mean you could have it set up so like let's say a group of military people, a group of soldiers, a fire team sees an enemy, they would take cover and then start shooting. But then one of them might need to reload before the others. So then is it saying at that point, if they all can't shoot, it would be like, okay, this group behavior is a failure? And now they all need to choose not to shoot anymore? That can't be what that means. There must be a way to set it up so that it's like, it's okay to have one guy be reloading. I don't know. You would hope. But it also seems important that to be able to set up a group behavior where every individual person has to be doing the thing they're assigned to do. Like, I don't know, like a cheerleading squad? Like you can't do... You can't have 4 people throw another person up in the air if all 4 people aren't ready to throw the one person up in the air. I think when I actually go to apply this, I'll understand it better. Okay, now we have policies. Sequence policy. Parallel task fails as soon as one child fails. If all its children succeed, then the parallel task succeeds. This is the most common policy. Okay, so this is still for parallel tasks. Clearly. Okay. Selector policy. The parallel task succeeds as soon as one child succeeds. If all its children fail, then the parallel task fails. Interesting. Okay, the naming for sequence policy makes sense. The naming for selector policy, I don't think I'll remember offhand, but... Alright. Notice that the above-mentioned word concurrent is in quotes for a reason. Some behavior tree implementations provide multi-threading parallel tasks, concurrently executing children at the same time. Our implementation does not use multi-threading at all. Here, a parallel task is just a way to conceptually perform several tasks at once. These tasks still run on the same thread one by one, following the specified sequence. That sequence should be irrelevant since they all happen in the same frame, but it's still something important. So either logic and or, yeah. Interesting. The parallel task with sequence policy acts in a similar way to the sequence task. It has a set of child tasks, and it runs them until one of them fails. At that point, the parallel task as a whole fails. If all of the child tasks complete successfully, the parallel task returns with success. In this way, it looks like the sequence task. Sure. Similarly, the parallel task with selector policy acts in a similar way to the selector task. Sure. Regardless of the actual policy, the difference is that both sequence and selector tasks can have only one child in the running status while parallel, which is a concurrent task. Wait. Reread that. Regardless of the actual policy, the difference is that both sequence and selector tasks can have only one child in the running status while parallel, which is a concurrent task. Damn it. Okay. Parallel, which is a concurrent task, can have many children in the running status. Oh my god. I don't like the way they just refer to them as parallel, not, well, a parallel task. It just looks, it's so weird to figure out the sentence structure because I'm not familiar with reading these like this. The demo Predators, Parallel vs. Sequence, visually shows this difference through steering behaviors. Cool. This is just another Java thing to run? Yeah. Dang, okay. I don't actually know how to run something in Java, but that seems like a cool thing to run and fuck around with. Just to have the differences demonstrated. Also, when one of the child tasks ends in failure, sequence policy, or success for selector policy, parallel will terminate all of the other children that are still running. So cleanly exiting those children with a canceled status. This prevents serious problems that could leave the game inconsistent, maybe not freeing resources, such as acquired semaphores. See decorators above. In order for this to work, all the tasks of the behavior tree formalism need to be able to receive a termination request. Interesting. Okay, and then finally we have orchestrators. The following orchestrators are available. A resume orchestrator. The parallel task starts or resumes all children every step. Or a join orchestrator. The parallel task will run child tasks until they succeed or fail, but will not rerun them until the parallel task has succeeded or failed. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. The demo Predators, Resume vs. Join, visually shows this difference through steering behaviors. Cool. Okay. Need to figure out how to run Java. It's all blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's a little bit, like, for most of this, I can see or understand hypothetical reasons to use it, but those last two things, it makes sense that they are different, but I can't come up with an example of why I would or wouldn't want to use, like, parallel tasks in these specific ways, and I feel like if I come up with some weird situation where I do need to use this and I go back and read this, I'll be like, oh yeah, it totally makes sense. It should be I should use the like sequence policy rather than selector. But yeah, I feel like this might be a good place to stop with this. Damn, but then more information about guard selectors. Okay, let's read about guard selectors and guards. And then when we get to a simple example, I feel like that's something I can look at on my own. I need to figure out if this has me running more Java stuff. I need to figure out how to actually do that. Which is probably not that hard, but... Interesting. Okay. We'll just read about formalism extensions, and then we'll go back to setting up our state machine. And then throughout the week, I'll try to get a handle on this stuff so I can like explain it reasonably, and then we can actually work with it. Which is generally my goal. My goal is to try and learn something to the point that it makes sense off stream, and then actually enact it and kind of relearn it again while applying it as an example on stream. So then that way it's it takes 3 hours to get through something rather than like 12 hours. Okay, formalism extensions. Generally speaking, behavior trees work great if your character transitions between types of behavior based on the success or failure of certain actions. However, the classical behavior tree formalism that you usually find in the literature makes it more difficult to think and design in terms of states. Actually, regular behavior trees tend to be reasonably clunky when representing state-based behaviors such as a character who needs to respond to external events. For example, interrupting a patrol route to suddenly go into hiding or to raise an alarm. Wow, really? Interesting. Pink shirt makes me look like I'm bare-chested. I'm that pink? Dang. Hold on. There we go. Damn, my connection's still fucking unstable. What the hell, Twitch? And or my internet provider. And or Twitch's internet provider. Fuck. Okay, so I would have thought that this would be fine for a behavior tree. Interesting. It's because of the color difference at that scale. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can see it. I think honestly the answer to my question is like, actually, yeah, my skin is a little bit close to pink. And in a small image, it looks weird. Okay, so the other way that a regular behavior tree is clunky is when a character needs to switch strategies when its ammo is looking low. Really? Like, you couldn't just have part of the tree be like, check to see if my ammo's low, and then switch to this other part of the tree that you'd only use when my ammo's low? Clearly, I don't understand how this works, because that sounds like it wouldn't be that hard to do. We're not claiming those behaviors can't be implemented in behavior trees by using only classical tasks we've seen so far. In fact, we've already seen how to mimic state machines in behavior trees. See parallel task and in particular condition checking. However, it's somewhat cumbersome to do so systematically. Interesting. In order to make up for this drawback, the GDX AI framework adds two interesting extensions to the classical formalism, especially the guards and the dynamic guard selector. Together make it easier to think and design in terms of states. Okay, this does seem important to know. Guards. In computer programming, a guard is a Boolean expression that must evaluate to true if the program execution is to continue in the branch in question. Similarly, in behavior trees, a guard is a condition that must be met before executing their respective task. Okay. Basically, guards have the following properties. Guards are just regular tasks with the only limitation, introduced to keep things simple and clear, that they must complete in one tick. Oh. Any task at any point of the tree can be guarded. A guard can be an entire subtree. Guarding another guard is allowed. Whoa. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, if you had a situation where a check needed to be made, but then that only takes place in some situations, you want to just, it's like multiple fail safes, I guess. Interesting. All the guard's properties mentioned above have positive effects on the expressive power of the formalism. Also, using guards effectively helps to reduce the depth of the tree, which as a result makes the behavior tree more intuitive and easier to read. As we've already seen in the standard model for behavior trees, conditions are task leaf nodes, which simply do not do anything other than succeed or fail. Although nothing prevents you from using traditional conditional tasks, it's highly recommended that you use guards whenever possible. The main advantage behind the usage of guards becomes evident when they are used to guard the children of a dynamic guard selector task. Oh my. What a mouthful of a name. Dynamic guard selector. One useful building block you'll most likely need to create reactive behaviors is the dynamic guard selector. You can think of it as an active selector that actively rechecks its decisions on a regular basis after having made them. This differs from the traditional passive selectors by using parallelism to retry higher priority behaviors than the one that was previously chosen. This allows you to dynamically check for impending risks or new opportunities, for instance, interrupting a patrol with a search behavior if a disturbance is reported. Basically, a dynamic guard selector is a branch task that executes the first child whose guard is evaluated to true, especially at every AI cycle. The children's guards are reevaluated in order up until one is possibly met. At this point, if there was a running child from the previous AI cycle and its guard either failed or has not been evaluated at all, that child task is immediately canceled. Finally, the task whose guard has just succeeded is executed, if any. The dynamic guard selector task finishes when no guard is evaluated to true, thus failing, or when its active child finishes, returning the active child's termination status. Notice that the last child of a dynamic guard selector task is often unguarded. This is a common use case that allows you to define fallback behaviors. Interesting. Oh no, the simple example section is to be determined. Oh, dang. Okay. So then, I guess it sounds like this is the easiest way. A dynamic guard selector is the easiest way to be checking for things that happen and then responding to them. Which is, I guess, the examples that they're talking about. I was kind of just thinking, like, you would have an external event in Godot send out a signal, and then it wouldn't be difficult for the character tree to be looking for that signal. But I guess it sounds like the dynamic guard selector is how you would do that. I don't know. I'll need an actual example to really lock all that in, but it sounds like we'll be doing that this weekend, next week. Dang. It is hot, and that means plants are growing and making pollen, and that means my mouth is dry because I have allergies. I'll have to go grab some more water in a minute. Okay, I need to readjust so I'm in a good typing position. Okay, so we kind of paused this in a bad state because, well, I thought maybe I didn't understand state machines at all, and this was a waste of time, but it's still worth doing. I would still say I barely understand state machines, but that's okay. So then let's keep copying this. What are we doing? I just wrote line 24. Okay. And so then we need to write line 25. All right. And then 28. Okay.
We'll call .enter on the new state and set the current state to the new state. One quick thing is down here I use toLower, and I will actually add that up here as well.
Interesting. I don't actually know what toLower does. Interesting. Okay, so they're adding it up to line 9. I need to resolve these errors. All right. Figure it out after.
Just to make sure capitalization doesn't do anything funky. And then
Oh, is this putting it in like lower cases? Interesting. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can like look that up. Nope, not that kind of two. Oh my god. Interesting. Okay, so it is just for like for text processing. Yeah. Okay. Great. Now I know what that means. Wonderful. All right. Let's see. I gotta proofread my code. I think I incorrectly copied some of this information. Okay, we're saying the variable current state defined as state. Ready function. That looks correct. Okay, I just missed parentheses after toLower. Okay.
one last thing is I'll add an exported variable called initial state, where we can define the initial state that we want the state machine to be in. We'll check if initial state exists, and if it does, we'll call .enter, and then we'll set current state to initial state. And then next, we can start building out our separate states.
Now hold on. Did he already have that in, or did he add that? No, he did absolutely add that in. Yeah, it makes it look so nice the way he's just pasting things in, but it's so much harder to follow while also doing your own work. Okay, so it's before the function process delta. All right, so I think I need to go back a little bit and make sure. I don't think I set this as a child properly. Okay, where does he actually make everything?
He's got a script on him that just calls move and slide, and we'll set the velocity later using the states. So the first thing
I need to be looking at my eradicate.
I'll do is add a new state script. This will be the base script used for all other states later, so we'll set up the functions in here. We'll declare class name state and define the functions enter, exit, update, and physics update. All of these will just contain pass because we don't actually want to do anything in these functions right now. You technically could, but for our project, I'll just leave these blank. Next, I'll go ahead and add a new node to the enemy and just call this state machine.
Did that.
I'll attach a new script.
Did that.
Good luck.
So the
Have
plan is to
fun.
have this
Don't die.
You're boiling a bit? What is that? Are you like you're hot? That's all good, Dirk. Go deal with your boiling. Have a nice day, dude. I'm not gonna be at this much longer. It's all good. Figure it out. Brain boiling. Yeah, dude. Just go chill out. Let's go. I don't know. Go meditate. Go relax. Go take a cool shower. Go do something. Anyway, yeah. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a nice day. Evening? It's evening for you. Have a nice evening.
machine in the scene tree, and every state can just be a child of that node. So what I'll do is I'll define a states dictionary, and then inside of the ready function, I'll loop over all of the children. And if the child is a state,
Okay, I thought he did something he did not do. All right, so then I guess we're still okay. Keep going.
state to initial state. And then next, we can start building out our separate states. The first state I'll make is just idle. I'll start by making a new script, and I'll just call this enemy idle. Instead of extending node, we'll instead extend state.
Okay, so he's just making another script. Did he make it in states?
Making a new script, and
Yeah.
I'll just call this enemy.
He did. Okay. So it is warm. I don't know why I put my jacket back on. I know why I zipped it up, but I don't know why I put it back on in general. Okay. So I guess for now we'll just follow this exactly, and then I will edit or change them. I don't know if we necessarily need to eradicate idle. I guess it'd be kind of nice. He can just kind of like walk around aimlessly when he's idle. Sure. Okay. So take a showing this. We're going to go to states. We're going to right click on our states folder, and I think that's how we make a new script. Yep. Create new script. And this is going to be, ooh, just eradicate idle. Okay, I guess we'll go with sim idle, I suppose. And then we just need to remember he did enemy idle. We're going with sim idle. So anywhere he writes enemy idle, we need to write sim idle. Okay. If I double click you, great. Okay, we can look at you.
Idle. Instead of extending node, we'll instead extend state and set the class name to enemy idle. And inside of this state, we'll have the two randomized variables, which are move direction and wander time, and then a function to randomize those variables. And then when we enter the state, we'll just call that random function.
God, this dude just goes.
And then the update function should be really simple. We'll just check if wander time is greater than 0. If it is, we'll tick down using delta, and then otherwise we'll just randomize these variables again. And then for the physics update, we'll actually add two more variables. These are a reference to the enemy that we're going to be updating and the move speed that we want to update to.
Okay. Okay, let's get all this copied down. Okay, so he has the enemy just named character body 2D, which is just like the default enemy name. Or not default, sorry, it's the default name of the node that he made. So we may need to change that to eradicate. Figure that out. Also need to export movement speed variable. And I still just have no understanding for like 10 as a movement speed variable. Is 10 fast? 10 what? 10 pixels per second? What are we, what are the units? What is our unit system? All right, we have a move direction. That's a vector 2, sure. Wander time. Loading value. Okay, I don't think I've looked at how to make random numbers in Godot yet, so it looks like it's just random F? Like a random floating point value between this range. It's probably what randf range means. Between -1 and 1. Okay. So that's the X aspect of it. And then we're going to do the same thing for the Y, the random number. And then he normalizes the whole thing so that its total range is 1. Okay, sure. Total distance, total value of whatever the vector is, ends up being 1. Under time is also going to be a random number 1 in 3. 1 in 3, what is that? 1 in 3 seconds? So it's like he's going to walk in a direction, or is it frames? Probably seconds, I would hope. I don't know. I guess we'll see what the result is, right? Either in his video or our video. Our game. We're making a game. He's making a video. We're making a game. Okay, what is next? Randomize wander. Rather than just staring at that, you can watch me, maybe poorly, type in this function. Oh, okay, we did the enter function. He skips a line. Man, as far as I understand, skipping a line is just to like help you. It's funny to think it might do something, and I don't know what. Oh, interesting. There was an error and then it's gone. Okay, great. Great, dude. I got enough errors I need to fix. If wander time is greater than 0, and which it will be most of the time, then subtract however much time has passed. Sure, sure. Otherwise, do the randomized wander function. Okay.
Then in the physics update, we'll check if enemy exists, and if it does, we'll just set the velocity to direction times speed. And then of course, we probably want to test this to make sure this works before we go any further. So I'll go over to the state machine and add a new node. If we search enemy idle, we should see this here, and I'll assign the enemy, and then I'll assign the initial state. Then if I go in game, it looks a little jank, but he's definitely moving around. And just for visuals, back in the enemy, I've added it so that if we're moving, we're going to play the run animation and flip the sprite based on which way we're going. And that already looks a lot better. I'll go ahead and rename this.
So cute. Okay, okay. Let's hop back and do that. So I don't want him chasing. I don't want the Raticate chasing anything.
If it does, we'll just set the velocity to direction times speed.
So I don't know if I actually want that. Let's try not having it. And see if we can just have him wandering around. Right now we had it set up so that he would just follow our movements. Which I guess I should be careful about. I should remove that from the script.
And then of course, we probably...
I'll do that in a second. Okay, so this is not far enough back. What is... He made a bunch of changes.
Wander time, and then a function to randomize those variables. And then when we enter this
Okay.
state, we'll just call that random function.
Yeah.
And the update function should be really simple. We'll just check if wander time is greater than 0. If it is, we'll tick down using delta, and then otherwise we'll just randomize these variables again. And then for the physics update, we'll actually add 2 more variables. These are a reference to the enemy that we're going to be updating and the move speed that we want to update to. Then in the physics update, we'll check if enemy exists, and if it does, we'll just set the velocity to direction times speed. And then of course, we probably want to test...
Okay, so then I actually don't need those last 3 things. Probably.
this to make sure this works before we go any further. So I'll go over to the state machine and add a new node. If we search enemy idle, we should see this here, and I'll...
Okay. We go to our state machine. Did he add? He added a child node, right? He said he's going to add a new node, but that's got to be a child node. Oh, interesting. You can just double click. Oh. Oh, maybe he hit Control A then. He doesn't actually right click and then choose something. So then we have sim idle. Okay. Okay, hold on. Which? Right, no, yeah, okay. We just select that. Okay. Create.
Here, and I'll assign the enemy, and then I'll assign the initial state.
Assign the enemy. In state
We
machine.
search enemy idle, we should see this here, and I'll assign the enemy, and then I'll assign the initial state.
Okay, so then in state machine, there should be an initial state. What he was doing? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I do not see that. So maybe we screwed up the state machine? Let's see. I think this happened before where I only have this node view. I don't have one in his video. He has like a state machine and then a variable that he can change. So did I just not write that variable part correctly for state machine? I guess we should go all the way back to where he was working on that. Right here. Okay. No, I did say to do that. Is this the it's not saved issue? Because yeah, as far as I understand, when you export a variable, you can then see it over here to change it. Like without jumping into the script, you could be looking at this and you could change it. You could be looking at other things and it's just part of the inspector. Interesting. Okay, well, I guess I should double check things. So we had errors listed before here, but then I left and came back and now they're gone. They are mentioned down here. Parse error could not find type state in the current scope. Cannot use simple at export annotation because the type of the initialized value can't be inferred. Oh, okay. So we have a problem. Why does his work? Interesting. Okay, so he has it set up the same way we do. State machine is a child node of our enemy. It's got the collision and the sprite. I should probably remove the navigation agent for now. Damn, do I actually just delete you? Ooh. I can just like save you as a thing, right? I don't want to save you as a scene. I just want to save a copy of you. Damn, yeah, I don't know how to actually just do that. Just like give me a copy of you down in the assets. Saving you as a scene would probably do that, but I don't know if that will change you in some weird way. Yeah, I feel like I could just set up the pathfinding again once we understand the state machine. Hmm. Hold on. Just gonna back up the whole thing. Whoop. Let's move that out of the way. Gonna back up the whole fucking game file. Then what? Then what, Godot? You can't stop me. You can't fucking stop me. Game's like a few gigabytes, a few megabytes right now. Okay, yeah, it's a few megabytes. Easy. Easy. Boom, backed up. All right, great. Okay, so then let's remove this. Not exactly part of what we're working on directly right now. Great. So now we just have the state machine, the sim idle attached to it. And that is how he set it up. Same kind of node.
State machine. Then I'll attach a new script. So the plan is to have the state machine in the scene tree, and every state can just be a child of that node. So what I'll do is I'll define a states dictionary, and then inside of the ready function, I'll loop over all of the children. And if the child is a state, I can add it to the dictionary by using its name. And since state extends node, we can check directly here whether it's a state or not. I'll go ahead and track the current state, and then we'll go ahead and define the process and physics process functions. And inside of here, we can check if we have a current state and call update and physics update respectively on the current state. But how do we move between states? Well, there's a billion different ways you could do it, but in my personal way, I would use signals. We'll head back over to the state class and add a new signal transition. Anytime we want to leave the state, we'll just call this signal. And inside of the state machine, anytime we register a new state, we can simply connect to the transition signal. This will connect to a function that takes in the state that called it, and the new state name that it wants to transition to. We can check if the state calling it is not the current state, and then we'll grab the new state from the state dictionary, and of course make sure that exists. Then we'll check if we have a current state. If we do, we'll call .exit, and then we'll call .enter on the new state and set the current state to the new state. One quick thing is down here I use toLower, and I will actually add that up here as well, just to make sure capitalization doesn't do anything funky. And then one last thing is I'll add an exported variable called initial state, where we can define the initial state that we want the state machine to be.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that wouldn't appear. Okay, so maybe we just Google that a variable we're exporting does not appear. And I bet whatever the most common mistake people make is the mistake that I made. All right. Let's go to 4. Damn, I did have a weird problem with something not working and closing and reopening. Godot was fixing it. It was like the terrains I was making and the tile set. Okay. God damn it. God damn it. That's literally the fucking recommended solution. That's not a solution. I hate that. Okay. Interesting. I had tried opening and closing the editor, switching versions and reloading, but making a change on the script itself worked. What? I just typed a letter and deleted it. Really quick. No, right, that's still not in the same spot. Okay. I was like, now I see it. No, I don't. It should be here. Okay. So then fine. You're saved. Let's close you. Let's reopen you. If I have to do this, it's going to be very... Oh my god, it did fix it. Dude, why? There has to be some way to not have to do that. That's really silly. What has anybody else suggested? Really annoying to have to do that every time I open a project. Yeah, man. In case someone else with the same problem comes across this after hours of trying all sorts of random things, I think I found the problem. had some constant xxx equals preload xxx in the resource script. I moved these to another file, and so far it's worked as expected. Oh, I don't think that's necessarily gonna help me. Okay, all right, well that's fine. We'll just, if we have to do this, we'll do this. Okay. So what we needed to do was set the initial state as the idle. Okay. And for now, we're only gonna have idle as an option. But maybe it'll work.
Be in.
I don't
We'll
know.
check if initial state exists, and if it does, we'll call .enter, and then we'll set current state to initial state.
Okay, nope. We did the idle state code.
Direction times speed. And then of course we probably want to test this to make sure this works before we go any further. So I'll go over to the state machine and add a new node. If we search enemy idle, we should see this here, and I'll assign the enemy, and then I'll assign the initial state. Then
Interesting. So he had to assign the enemy
enemy idle, we should see this here, and I'll assign the
to the idle part. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Even though it's like part of it, even though the state machine is a child of eradicate of the enemy, and the sim idle is a child of that, you still have to define it. Interesting. Oh, nice. And there's the move speed. Cool. Oh yeah, I guess he did just make these variables that we could define. Okay. He did it, and then we did it. All right.
enemy, and then I'll assign the initial state. Then if I go in game, it looks a little jank, but he's definitely moving.
I mean, I guess let's see if it works. He's gonna not move with tile-based movement. We're gonna have to figure that out. I just don't expect this to work. Oh. Yeah. We have crashed. We are not responding. Okay. Okay, so for sure I can come out here and delete the navigation region. Whoops. What I'm doing. Okay, we can come out here and delete this navigation region. I have that backed up if I need it. That's probably not what caused the problem. Well, let's just see. Nope. Okay. Invalid set index target position on base null instance with value of type vector2. Oh shit, because we're telling the Raticate to move based on our mouse position. Okay, so let me see what is in his the current video's enemy script. It was tiny. Shoot. Is it at the very beginning? I don't know. I don't think so.
That. Maybe you could see how this code would grow larger and larger. Even though this is a smaller example, I personally would use a finite state machine. First off, before we define a finite state, so the first thing I'll do is add a new state script.
Animations.
This will be the base script used for all other states later, so we'll set up the functions in here. We'll declare a class name state and define the functions enter, exit, update, and physics up.
Oh my god, this video is fucking tiny. He definitely at one point was in... There we go. Like, I know it's just like the tiniest thing, but I want to make sure I don't delete anything I need. Okay. Oh, interesting. He gave it a class name too. Is it important for us to do that? I don't know. No idea. Zero idea. His class name is Dino Enemy. What should ours be? Maybe just Raticate. All right. Now we have basically what his thing is. Save it. Oh shit, it's still it's still running. It's interesting that if it's not responding, the window does not pop up and it doesn't close itself. You just have to look in your taskbar and be like, oh, I have 2 windows. Okay. I guess no, that's wrong. The window pops up. It just then, once the error occurs, it disappears. All right. So, surprise, surprise, our Eradicate is not moving around. Interesting. So he should move and slide. And then I guess we'll go back through the video and see if we missed anything.
So the first thing I'll do is add a new state script. This will be the base script used for all other states later, so we'll set up the functions in here. We'll declare class name state and define the functions enter, exit, update, and physics update. All of these will just contain pass because we don't actually want to do anything in these functions.
Wow, yeah, we don't do anything with this before it'll actually function?
No, you technically could, but for our project, I'll just leave these blank. Next, I'll go ahead and add a new node to the enemy and just call this state machine. Then I'll attach a new script. So the plan is to have the state machine in the scene tree, and every state can just be a child of that node. So what I'll do is I'll define a states dictionary, and then inside of the ready function, I'll loop over all of the children. And if the child is a state, I can add it to the dictionary by using its name. And since state extends node, we can check directly here whether it's a state or not. I'll go ahead and track the current state, and then we'll go ahead and define the process and physics process functions. And inside of here, we can check if we have a current state and call update and physics update respectively on the current state. But how do we move between states? Well, there's a billion different ways you could do it, but in my personal way, I would use signals. We'll head back over to the state class and add a new signal transitioned.
Okay, so let's make sure we did that. Hmm. Yeah, everything looks right. Okay.
Anytime we want to leave the state, we'll just call this signal. And inside of the state machine, anytime we register a new state, we can simply connect to the transition signal. This will connect to a function that takes in the state that called it, and the new state name that it wants to transition to. We can check if the state calling it is not the current state, and then we'll grab the new state from the state dictionary, and of course make sure that exists. Then we'll check if we have a current state. If we do, we'll call .exit, and then we'll call .enter on the new state and set the current state to the new state. One quick
Okay, yeah, let me make sure all this is
thing
correct.
down here, I use to lower, and I will actually add that up here as well, just to make sure capitalization doesn't do anything funky.
Okay, so right here I can see everything he did. Great. Ooh, not quite. Okay. Ours is a bit longer. So I guess we can proofread the first 26 lines. All right. Shit. All right, it extends node. Oh, right, he's gonna add this after. Okay. Wait on that. Pretend that's not there right now. Variable current state is state. Variable states. Dictionary. Yeah. Ready function. Okay. For child in get children. If child is state. States child name to lower equals child. Child transitioned act. On child transition. Interesting. His transitioned looks different. It is a different color. Maybe that's just down to my 2 monitors. Yeah, it's hard to say for sure. All right. Sucks to be kind of colorblind. Okay. shit. Okay, so I think this is also something he added after. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Let's
And
get to
then
the
one
end of it.
last thing is I'll add an exported variable called initial state, where
Yep.
we can define the initial state that we want the state machine
Yep.
to be in. We'll
Yep.
check if initial state exists, and if it does, we'll call .enter, and then we'll set current state to initial state. And
Damn it. No end then, bro. Shoot, what is it? How you go? You can go back like an individual frame in YouTube videos? No, maybe you can't. Oh, you could. I thought it was a little arrow guy. Dang it. Oh. It was doing it. Okay, it just doesn't show anything on the screen. Hold on. If you jump 5 seconds, it shows you. If you jump individual frames, it doesn't say anything? Rude. Okay. But I mean, we're back. We're back to where we wanted. Okay. Why wouldn't it say something? What the fuck? Okay. So sure, our exported variable line is the same. Great. So now we can jump down to here. Yep. All the same number of indentations. Wording. No analyzing differences. Okay. Great. Okay. And 22. The problem is I don't think he's going to go past this in the video unless I jump back. And the last time this happened and I couldn't get something to work, I just had like a tiny typo. Fucking brutal. It's really nice the way that it color codes everything. I think that would help me more. Colon's where we should. Okay, so now I need to jump back in the video to see the bottom of this. Okay. Here. Go all the way to the bottom. Okay, great. There's not that much more. Okay. Okay. Hey, it all looks the same. Shit, did I just not? Hold on, he has like another line. Did I just not finish this?
state and set the current state to the new state.
Hold on. Oh, buddy. Buddy, you go too quick. Your tutorials look nice and smooth, but you go too quick for me, my man. Okay. Then we have this. Oh my god, yeah, I missed a line in here. Wow. 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 What a dumbass. Wow. Although this may not affect anything because this is like having him enter a new state and we just want the initial idle state to work. And then it renames the current state that it's in as the new state. Or I guess it's the other way. It renames the variable known as current state to whatever the new state is that it's entering. Oh my god. Okay. And I feel like it's still not going to work, but like we should check. Okay, so he still doesn't move. Now, the player has to move on tiles. But as far as I know, that is specifically defined in the player's movement. So that shouldn't prevent Radicate from moving. Damn, bro. That's fine. Like last time, when I have a chance later today, just do some fucking debugging and it'll be some stupid tiny thing that I messed up. And then it'll work. Next time I can be like, look, it works. Yay. We should obviously double check the idle state code too. Find a good shot of that.
State to initial state. And then next, we can start building out our separate states.
Okay, so yeah, we just went from the state machine initial setup to the idle state code. Oh, he's not
First
there
thing we'll
yet.
make is just idle. Start by making a new script, and I'll just call this enemy idle. Instead of extending node, we'll instead extend state and set the class name to enemy idle. And inside of this state, we'll have the two randomized variables, which are move direction and wander time, and then a function to randomize those variables. And then when we enter the state, we'll just call that random function. And then the update function should be really simple. We'll just check if wander time is greater than 0. If it is, we'll tick down using delta, and then otherwise we'll just randomize these variables again. And then for the physics update, we'll actually add 2 more variables. These are a reference to the enemy that we're going to be updating and the move speed that we want to update to. Then in the
Okay, is that potentially the issue? Hold on. Let's replay that.
is a reference to the enemy that we're going to be updating and the move speed that we want to update to.
So he says this is going to be referencing the enemy they're updating, but it just says character body 2D. Is the idea that I should be able to choose a character body 2D? Bro. Because then, okay, so if we go back, somebody just screamed outside, like a surprise scream. So if we're looking, okay, great. So yeah, we define the variable as a character body 2D, but then we were able to choose the character body 2D that we want to specifically be talking about. Okay. Great. Okay, so that works like I thought, and we did in fact choose the right thing. Okay. So the problem is something else. All right.
Then in the physics update, we'll check if enemy exists, and if it does, we'll just set the velocity to direction times speed. And then of course, we probably want to test this to make sure this works before we go any further.
Okay, so that was the end of him actually looking at the idle script. So then let's check our shit, and then this will be the last thing I do. And then I promise next time we come back, this will function. It will either function in the next 4 minutes or it will function next week. And I will know more about character trees. Behavior trees. Characters can have behavior trees. And then maybe we'll look at that add-on as well before next week, and then we can fuck around with it on stream. Try to figure out how to get this fucking Raticate become a functional member of his economy. Okay, so everything looks correct. Interesting. His float is in a very different color. Like my float and vector 2 colors match. His float matches what his variable font color looks like. Weird. Oh man, I don't know why. Huh. Fucking weird, bro. There's probably some reason that it doesn't fucking match, and it would be nice if I understood why. Could be... Maybe I'll look this up. Okay, a lot of people are just trying to ask how to change the color of it, like font colors. I don't know if I'm going to find what I want quickly. All right. We'll just accept it. Oh, you know what? Honestly, he could have changed the font color. And then I don't actually know if it matches. Float matches vector 2. It looks like it does, but I'm fucking colorblind, so I don't actually know. All right, I'll worry about it later. But that could be hinting at a problem if it is indeed a different color, and it should be not that color. Function, randomize wander. Move direction is going to be a vector 2. Yup. Random floating point value with a range between -1 and 1. Yeah. And that's the x value, and then the y value, same thing. And then you're normalizing it. Yeah. Got all the right number of parentheses. It's hilarious that behind any fucking game is somebody doing shit like this for hours. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So I think maybe if I can't find a problem, I'll try setting this up in its own project file and see if maybe some other thing about the way I have this game file set up is screwing things up. Like I said, I think the grid-based movement is handled solely in the player script. But maybe it's not. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so we're looking at the enemy idle, sim idle in our case. Oh, that'd be so funny if I just forgot some shit at the end. This guy goes so quick, it's fucking easy. Easy to miss something. Right, shit. He did a physics update at the end that I was like, oh, do we actually need that? Maybe you actually need that, bro. You should have, if you didn't think you needed it, but you didn't think having it would break the shit, then you should probably have it in there. I mean, it is a physics update. That might be, it might be essential. Oh boy. Right. This is specifically that if there's an enemy, then he's going to chase. He's going to chase the enemy. At least I thought, but no, this is part of the idle. Okay, we'll re-listen to the video. Shit. Okay, wait, actually, I am out of time. All right, okay. Well, let's just... Right. You expect a colon. There you go. Colon's there, buddy. Okay, so that shouldn't have fixed it. It's probably still not going to work. We'll check just in case. We would expect to see... Oh my god, it did work. Okay. Yeah, I thought he was specifically saying that that last part was for if it sees an enemy. Weird. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Decent place to end. So we now have a state in our state machine. We'll get some actual relevant states for our Raticate, then figure out how to utilize a nav mesh for our dude so he can navigate within the right spaces. Like we don't want him going up to the top of the mountain. It's dangerous up there. There's no food for him up there. Fuck that. Cool. All right, well shit. Okay, so this is a good place to end. Normally we'd play some Temetsi, but I still have not fucking finished. Cable managing and acoustic foaming the office. I think those might be the last two things. I don't know. I need to get the shelves organized. Oh my god. Also, hold on. Wait, I need to go Hold on. Look at this fucking nonsense. Where is... Hold on. Hold on. You know what? Okay. It's in here somewhere. Somewhere is my fucking base cam. There... No. No, that's Baldur's Gate. Oh. There we go. So you know, thanks for hanging out, dudes. Have a nice day. Play some Temetsi next week, probably. I'll be back tomorrow for Elden Ring. Oh yeah. Yeah. See you around.